guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jen Gelber. The United States is providing Ukraine with its largest military aid package to date. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Friday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced a package worth $6 billion, which will include munitions for Patriot missile defense systems.
That will allow us to procure new capabilities for Ukraine from U.S. industry.
Austin expressed gratitude to Congress for passing foreign aid legislation that allocates over $60 billion in aid for Ukraine. He emphasized that with the right level of support, Ukraine can fend off Russia's invasion.
The U.S. government has asked leading artificial intelligence companies for advice on how to use the technology they are creating to defend airlines, utilities, and other critical infrastructure, particularly from AI-powered attacks. The move reflects the U.S. government's close collaboration with the private sector as it scrambles to address both the risks and benefits of AI in the absence of a national targeted AI law. Haiti's Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced his resignation last week, handing power over to a transitional council that will seek to gain control of the violence-ravaged nation. Henry wrote in his resignation letter last week that, given the current state of affairs, the time was right for him to step down. Quote, "We have served the nation in difficult times. I thank everyone who had the courage to face such challenges with me," he said. Haiti has been overrun by chaos and gang violence in the recent weeks, with criminal groups attacking government structures and social order on the brink of collapse. The Federal Communications Commission is voting on reinstating net neutrality rules, which prevent broadband providers from blocking internet traffic to certain websites and favoring those that pay extra fees for faster access. The FCC chair emphasized the importance of net neutrality, especially in light of the pandemic, which has drastically changed our lives. I'm Jen Gelber, USA.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than migraine. grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
TikTok announced plans to take legal action to prevent new U.S. legislation that might result in its ban. President Biden signed a bill into law last week that sets the stage for banning the social media platform if its Chinese parent company doesn't sell it.
Rest assured, we aren't going anywhere. We are confident and we will keep fighting for your rights in the courts. The facts and the Constitution are on our side, and we expect to prevail again.
Recent data indicates that inflation continues to increase. According to the Commerce Department, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, excluding food and energy, rose by 2.8% from March 2023 to March 2024. On a monthly basis, consumer spending increased by 0.8%. There's a big difference between 1 and 100. Corey Myers has the humorous details.
Mildred Kirschenbaum is going through her second childhood. She still enjoys traveling at the age of 100, but she often gets mistaken for an unaccompanied minor. Mildred is actually a former travel agent herself, so she understands how it happens. Every time she has to put in the year of her birth, she puts 23, as in 1923. But of course, the system thinks it's 2023. She says it happens with several airlines, and the supervisor has to come to see her through security.
USA News, I'm Jen Gelber.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, it must be showtime. According to the clock on the wall, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So for you, well, good morning. Rest of the country, we'll say good evening as we close out the weekend. So welcome. Turning the page on the calendar. Here we are in the waning days of April, 29th of April coming on. So welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A summer-like night outside the secret bunker. The sky's clear, 69 degrees at the midnight hour. Yeah, folks in the Northeast, you're getting the full-fledged taste of summer here in the waning days of April. Yeah, some of you may be pushing the 90-degree mark here the next couple of days, Monday into Tuesday. We'll break that down for you coming up here. But first things first, we talked about it pretty much all week last week. Yeah, the days leading up to what was anticipated to be a multi-day severe weather outbreak, which indeed has come to fruition and actually continues as we roll into the start of a new week. Just in the past several hours, continuing to see numerous tornado warnings, severe thunderstorms, and flash flooding issues. Looks like at this hour, the last active tornado that I see is in eastern Texas, southeastern Texas, or east central, I guess technically that would be. Yeah, over close to the Louisiana state line. That should be expiring in fairly short order here, but let's start there. The real show, as anticipated, really got underway on Friday. We saw our fair share of severe weather Thursday, which we discussed on our Friday morning. It was primarily a big-time hail day. But Friday, things transitioned, as expected, into a multiple tornado kind of day. And that continued on Sunday. We're talking Friday alone, 97 tornadic warned storms were reported. There was another 80-some tornado warned cells on Saturday. Many of these long-lasting, long-tracking tornadoes. One was on the ground for over 100 miles, tearing a path of destruction. As the sun came up Saturday, starting the weekend, folks began heading out to sift through the rubble. As Friday afternoon and evening, it was Nebraska and Iowa, Omaha, Nebraska, many homes demolished and businesses as it moved for miles through farmland into subdivisions, then slamming an Iowa town. The Friday night tornadoes wreaking havoc in the Midwest, a building collapsing with dozens of people inside, hundreds of homes destroyed. By Saturday morning, the sounds of the chainsaws filled the air in the Elkhorn neighborhood of Omaha, a city of about 485,000 people, with a metro area population of about 1 million. Power outages peaked at 10,000, but were dropping by Friday morning. One local said, "We could hear it coming through. When we came up from the shelter, our fence was gone. Then we looked to the northwest and the entire neighborhood was gone." The sheriff of the city's Douglas County, begging the community in a message via social media, please not drive through the damaged areas for mere entertainment. He said the gawkers are actually causing traffic jams and slowing emergency response vehicles. Meanwhile, the governor posted he had ordered state resources to be made available. He and Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds toured those damaged areas later on Saturday. One of those tornadoes hit an industrial building to the west of Omaha, Lancaster County. That building collapsed with 70 people inside. Several were trapped, but ultimately all were evacuated. The 3 injuries non-life-threatening there. Sheriff's officials said there had also been reports of a tipped-over train near Waverly, Nebraska. Another tornado passed over Epley Airport on the eastern edge of Omaha, destroying 4 hangar buildings with 32 privately owned planes inside. No one hurt there. The passenger terminal was not hit in that case. 40 to 50 homes completely destroyed. After hitting the airport, the storm moved on into Iowa. The small town of Minden, Iowa, 2 injuries reported there, none life-threatening. Heartbreaking, though, to see these people that have lost their homes, cars, essentially their life, until they have to rebuild it. Meanwhile, as we move on then into Saturday, tornadoes killing. The death toll has been changing. At least 4 fatalities, they tell us now, in Oklahoma. Thousands without power as the sun came up Sunday morning. Nearly 30,000 were still without power after those tornadoes began late Saturday night. Destruction extensive in Sulphur, a town of about 5,000. Many buildings there reduced to rubble. Roofs were sheared off homes across a 15-block radius. The governor says you just cannot believe the destruction. Seems like every business downtown had been destroyed there. About 30 people were injured in Sulphur alone. Dozens have reported tornadoes wreaking havoc in the midsection of the country. The tornado in Sulphur began at a city park before tearing through the downtown area, flipping cars, ripping the roofs and walls off brick buildings, windows and doors blown out of structures that did remain standing. Stitt said one of the victims was found in the bar in Sulphur, where about 20 people were sheltering inside when the storm hit. Those injured were taken to a hospital and released. Now, Carolyn Goodman traveled to Sulphur from the nearby town of Ada, Oklahoma, in search of her former sister-in-law. She was at a local bar just before the tornado hit the area. That bar was destroyed. And she said, I know they probably won't find her alive, but I hope she's still alive. In Oklahoma, a tornado ripping through Holdenville, another town of about 5,000, late Saturday. 2 fatalities confirmed there. 4 other injuries. Another person was killed along Interstate 35 near the Oklahoma city of Marietta. A hospital was also damaged in the town, and authorities closed an interstate at the state line with Texas due to overturned vehicles and downed power lines. In Holdenville, homes demolished, road signs bent to the ground. The sound of chainsaws again heard in the distance as workers began to tackle the damage on Sunday. Nearly 30,000 were still without power as of midday Sunday. At the Sulphur High School gym, families took cover from the storm as tornadoes ravaged that area. Residents in other states also digging out from storm damage. Tornado in suburban Omaha, Nebraska. As we demolished more homes and businesses Saturday, moving for miles through farmland and subdivisions. So as we continue into the new week here, this is where we stand. We are still again contending with some stronger storms. Tornadic activity risk is going to be dropping as we start the new week here. Overnight tonight, the primary corridor risk will be from the population centers like San Antonio to, again, Omaha, Nebraska, and St. Louis, Missouri, some of which, as we just described, have already seen several rounds of impacts. Forecasters at AccuWeather highlight that all residents should stay alert or weather aware in the coming days. As the severe weather continues, conditions early this week will not ramp up quite as much as that widespread destruction we saw Friday, Saturday, and even into Sunday. And that threat for severe weather is going to continue right on into the work week and maybe even midweek. Now, for the overnight period tonight, really it's the flooding downpours that'll be a concern as this thunderstorms kind of redevelop and advance eastward through the Mississippi Valley. Travel disruptions, flash flooding will be a concern across a wide swath stretching from northeast Texas into Arkansas and northwest Louisiana. Later in the day today, the corridor of showers and storms projected to track south and east to the Mississippi Valley and eventually along the Gulf Coast. Energy's going to swing across southern Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, and western Alabama. Storms that develop from Monday into Monday evening will indeed pose some risk for severe weather. Today, that risk begins to shift to the lower Mississippi Valley and further south. A greater amount of moisture available. The primary concern is going to be the torrential rains as a few of these storms could still bring gusty winds and hail. Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans to Mobile, Alabama, you'll be in that zone for some of those stronger storms here on Monday. And then a new storm, yes, right on the heels of all this, will emerge into the central states. And that's going to be maybe through midweek, a new storm into the northern plains on Tuesday. Again, the threat for tornadoes will be lower than with the systems we saw over the past weekend. Forecasters currently are outlining areas such as Kansas City and Missouri that could face the risk for more severe storms later Tuesday. Travel along portions of many interstates 20, 35, 40, 70, 80, and 90 may contend with gusty crosswinds and localized downpours if traveling later in the day there on Tuesday. And again, even looking ahead toward Wednesday, could still be talking some stronger storms. So welcome into a brand new day. Lots to cover as we get the new week started. Plenty of industry headlines to share, the latest on the college protests that continue to spread around the country. NASCAR action. It was the Monster Mile, Dover, this past day. Of course, we'll get some sports updates, Major League Baseball, for those who follow basketball, championship action. And, of course, around the country, our number, as always, is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a new week underway. Who we got checking in? Right out of the box, Philly Dan says it is that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Very nice weather we saw Sunday, 80 degrees. And there's more of that coming your way, and maybe even a few degrees warmer. Arizona window truck southbound and down. I want to thank you all for the heads up for the weekend weather. The missus and I and all our family survived all the Iowa tornadoes. No issues here. Thank goodness. Good news. Hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Marianne checks in. Morning. Ran the weed eater yesterday. Still have some trimming work to do. Pappy's on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour on the greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker, Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. So stay, Bill, your lane. The overnight drive is about to hammer down. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. 68 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. So kick back and relax, heat up that cup of Joe, and snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Hello, Larry. Where are we at tonight? The New York-New Jersey state line once again. Hammer down, 68 degrees as we're headed to Hartford, Connecticut, starting out the new week. Jerry said, good morning, my friend. Lots of rain and wind over the weekend, but nothing like further out west. Thank you for everything you do for the down-to-earth people that believe we can do better. Be safe and keep on trucking. Country Bumpkin checks in. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Brain dead. Well, happy Friday Eve for him. Clouds 74 degrees at Memphis International Airport. Hope you all had a good weekend. As Dingbat and myself, I'd say we're about halfway through the moving process. Saw the devastation from last night's tornadoes in Oklahoma. Heard a lot of this going on my scanner app on my phone. We're waiting on it to hit here. I hope there's no major destruction like we saw there on Sunday or Saturday night into Sunday morning. Miss Millie, hello, Steve. All the listeners, beautiful day in my little area of the Bluegrass. 85 degrees, had a nice breeze. Gabby and I had a full day planting flowers. Everybody have a great day. Be safe and be blessed. It's going to be lights out for the tired old night owl here. Hello, James. What do we have? He said, did you see the CNN poll that has Trump up 9 points over Biden? And this, a CNN poll. Democrats are in full panic mode. Double Trucker, good morning. It's a beautiful 67 in Lodi. I think spring may have sprung in my area. Just waiting for my meat partner to get here for my set to go back to Western New York. Thanks for picking me for the swag package. I'll tune in soon to hear all the latest in the news. All right, congrats. That's Dave Swick. That was so Double Trucker. I didn't put the two together. Congratulations to you there. Paul says, have a blessed week. You hear? Nice weather, Amarillo, Texas, 59 degrees, with Eduardo on board on his Sunday night there in Texas. Russell Miller, morning, Steve. Hope y'all doing well in the secret bunker. It's past the most wonderful day. This is actually my Tuesday, so everybody out there, be careful. We are hanging at 60 degrees in the Dayton, Ohio area. All right, Jeffrey is on board there in New York. How about the Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia? It was a beautiful day. Took one of the granddaughters fishing. Got a lot of bites, but no fish. We did see a good-sized ribbon snake. It's in the garter snake family. Had the granddaughter and her sister for the weekend. So the son and daughter-in-law are in Italy on vacation until Tuesday. All right, Braves took the series with the Guardians. I hate that name. We should have swept them, but lost in extra innings there Saturday. Had a fantastic time Friday at the game, although it was a little chilly. The wind, we got to walk on the field with the grandson's team, so it was awesome. Probably going to load on Thursday of this week. We'll head to Dallas, Texas for Saturday evening. I was going to load and go over near Cleveland, stopping at my brother's to maybe play some golf, but the bad weather looks like it's going to be kind of a rainy day. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Indeed, we will get to none other than Cap and Ron, because you know what today is. The greatest day of the week, of course. What else shall we cover? All right, we'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here, and they tell us the results are in. Deaths resulting from large truck crashes where newly licensed drivers are involved continue to rise, according to the latest government data. But a proposed safety requirement that could help reduce those deaths will likely be delayed again. Why are the numbers going in the wrong direction? All right, the latest I could find via CDL Life, right on the heels of the truck driver that was located last week. Yeah, we're talking about the driver that had disappeared all the way back just before Thanksgiving last year. It's a bizarre case. But family members and local police are looking for a truck driver who went missing out of Ontario last week. Over-the-road driver Brian Lush was last seen last Wednesday at a Petro Pass truck stop near Cornwall, Ontario. Lush reportedly parked at the store, went inside, purchased some items, then vanished. His truck with his cell phone inside were found abandoned at the Petro Pass. Lush is 5'11", weighs about 200 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Last seen wearing jeans, a blue hooded sweatshirt, and a dark-colored baseball cap. The company Lush drives for is Down Home Movers. Ontario police are assisting in the investigation there, but just disappeared. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. New Biden administration pollution regulations released last week will make it more expensive for energy companies to keep burning coal. The climate rule will require power companies to cut carbon dioxide emissions from coal power plants by 90% if they intend to operate past 2039. The EPA also issued separate regulations governing coal plants' hazardous air pollution, wastewater, and toxic ash waste. Altogether, those rules are widely expected to accelerate coal-fired power plant retirements if the regulations survive their inevitable court challenges. Gas prices have risen slightly as the weekend approached. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.66, up 1 cent from yesterday. Drivers are paying 13 cents more than they were a week ago, with the lowest pump prices in Mississippi at $3.08 a gallon. USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Once again, hope you had a good weekend. Prayers for all those affected in the central portions of the country. Of course, there had been plenty of advance notice. As they described, the traditional Tornado Alley indeed fired up over the past weekend. And models indicate that trend is going to continue. It just pulled up. We are still contending with some tornadic activity. Tornado warning issued for eastern Douglas County and Howell County, northwestern Howell County. This is southwestern and south central Missouri. That'd be a radar-indicated tornado. Let's see, hail up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So, again, still contending with some of those warnings out there. Lots of flash flooding. Torrential. Some areas by Saturday had already picked up close to 7 inches of rain, and they were talking several more inches. The rain totals for some are going to be off the rails. Now in western Texas and northwestern portions of Louisiana, looks like in and around the Shreveport area, you have flash flood warnings where 3 inches of rain has already fallen since early Sunday evening. They're anticipating maybe another 1 to 2 inches of rain there in the next several hours. Well, good morning, Captain Ron.
Good morning. Last greatest day of the week for this month.
That is
April
correct.
went by, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Hard to believe.
Did you have a good weekend?
I guess so. Yeah, had a good weekend. Did some chores for Mama, and we got to go out to eat a couple times. So yeah, good weekend. Had beautiful weather. It was kind of windy, a lot of wind over the weekend, but I'm not going to complain because we have warm temperatures.
Yeah, we were kind of windy down here too. We went to some horse racing.
Oh yeah,
Saturday. You ever done that? Yeah,
I
you ever done
have.
that?
Yes, I have.
I just wish I understood what all was going on. I need to learn that, but man, it looked like there was some old geezers there doing all this betting, and they had their notebooks, and I think they make a living out of it.
You know, I've known some people that really get into that. They look at the jockeys. They look at who's going to be, who's, on the horse, because that makes a big difference. And I've never been able to decipher.
Yeah.
There are patterns you can use in the wagering, but I don't.
Yeah.
I think kind of like a casino. I think the house always comes out ahead.
Well, that we wouldn't have them if the house didn't come out ahead.
Exactly.
Majority of the times, would we?
Yep.
But yeah, they know the owners and who's riding the horse.
Yep.
When's the last time it won? It's just crazy. But I don't know. Maybe that'd be a good retirement job. But it was pretty fun. It was a good day. So I saw some news about these couple examiners can't figure out why OJ died. And with all that money they spent on schooling, I mean, to me it's pretty easy. His heart quit working.
Yeah.
So I don't know why anybody cares at this point anyway. But anyway, so I didn't get to watch the NASCAR race, but it looks like Denny Hamlin won.
Yes, indeed. Yep. No, number 11. I think, it sounds like he put on a pretty dominating performance.
He's done really well all season, and when him and Michael Jordan put that team together, I wondered where his loyalty was going to be. And I don't know how you can be a loyal driver for another team owner when you have your own.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess if he wasn't doing so well, maybe he wouldn't be as loyal. But to me, he looks like a good shot for the championship himself. That's my thought. I can't see anybody that's been doing any better.
Right.
Well, I don't have anything else. That was all I was in. Well, I did see something to think about. Coming up pretty soon, there'll be people that'll wish that they would be back to the good old days, which is now. How about that thought?
Things that make you go,
Yeah, I know, right? Well, thanks for taking my call. I'll be out here listening. If I think of something else, I'll jingle your bell.
All righty. Well, hey, thanks for checking in on the greatest day of the week. Thank you, Captain Ron. Well, let's head over to, I believe it's Pennsylvania now. No longer Arizona. Hello, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, a lot of stuff in the news. And, of course, America's continuing our downhill slide. Got an answer to who's buying the tents. I guess George Soros, America's number one enemy, is kicking in a bunch of money. And believe it or not, some Middle Eastern countries, they mentioned Saudi Arabia, which kind of surprised me. But there's Middle Eastern countries that are kicking in money to support these whack jobs on the college campuses. But how this is still going on, Steve, is beyond me. It's such a simple solution. Well, they did, in fact, expel some of the militant members of the protester. They expelled them for 3 years. And the one leader at Columbia University, he must be getting a little bit cold feet because he made a big speech and he said the protests will stop, he's the leader, if they all get amnesty. Now, he's the one that went on national TV and said that Jews need to be killed.
Mm-hmm.
And there was quite a bit of backlash on that. I mean, he just, how stupid can you be? That's a terror. He might as well be Hitler. That's what Hitler said. So I don't know why it's going on. Expel the leaders, suspend the ones that are protesting, have a ban on face coverings. Now, there's probably some Muslims there. There's a big difference between a headscarf and a face covering. The headscarf I mentioned before is called a keffiyeh, and the military version that covers your face is called a shemagh. And the ones wearing a shemagh are not in the military, but they want to cover their face. So it seems like, and some of them are wearing the COVID mask, to hide their identity. So just pass a rule that you can't cover your face on a college campus. You can wear your Muslim, your Palestinian gear, the headscarf, because that's religious. So you can do that. Can't cover your face. Pass another rule that you can't camp out on a campus. I've seen a bunch of tents, but I don't see any outhouses. So where are they going to the bathroom? So pass a law that you can't camp out. Anybody who is a foreigner, a foreign exchange student protesting, deport them. And then, of course, there's some outside agitators that are coming in, aren't even college students. They go to jail. But here's the genius. Now, if you notice, you're not hearing about any big protests down in Florida. So why is that? Well, Ron DeSantis doesn't put up with any crap. In fact, they just, Biden altered the Title IX Act, which protects women athletes. He just modified it, so now it's okay for males to go into the girls' locker room, including high school students, which, of course, includes underage girls. So he just modified that to cover them. And DeSantis went right on the news and said, we will not comply. Not going to comply. But here's the genius that I heard. This is the greatest thing. It's so simple, and it worked. There was a college someplace down in Florida where they started setting up their tents. They were going to get the protests going. So guess what they did to stop it, Steve? This is so simple, and it's hilarious. They turned on the sprinklers. The lawn sprinklers, and the whole place.
That's great.
It's real. That's what they did. They turned the sprinklers on, so the tents all got wet, and they all left. Karma is a great thing. Adam Schiff was one of the big leaders. Defund police, all the left-wing crap. Got his luggage stolen in San Francisco, and he had out of his car. They smashed the window in his car and took his luggage in the parking garage. And he had to go to a high-level meeting wearing a hiking vest. He looked like a jackass, sitting there with people, all their high-level suits on, fancy suits, sitting there with a hunting vest on. He's a complete jackass anyway, so he just fit the part. The heck was I going to talk about here? Oh, this Biden is going to end the Trump tax cuts, which end in 2025. He's going to not let them continue. And that was the tax cuts for everybody. The Democrats always say, tax cuts for the rich, but everybody got tax cuts. I had the specifics of it, but I forgot to write it down. But it comes out to quite a bit of money for middle-class people. And with these prices being so crazy, every dollar helps. So we're continuing our downhill slide. It gets worse and worse and worse. Then the other day, I'm sure you heard about it. I don't know what in the world happened to Howard Stern, but he has gone full-on woke. He had an interview with Biden, and Biden left there with his lipstick on his butt. I can't believe he was always an edgy guy, and he said right to Biden's face, "Oh, you're such a good family man. I know you make a really good president." I mean, how do you say that? This guy gets $200 million a year. How could he be that dumb? But he's always been a Democrat, but he would speak up. If something was wrong, he'd speak up about it. But boy, I never saw I was embarrassed. I used to be a big fan of his back in the 90s when he still had testicles. I don't know what happened. I guess he got castrated.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing I'm dealing with, I'm sort of getting used to it, if there's such a thing as that. It's not as hard as it was. It's getting a little bit easier because all the chemicals that you got to put in you just tears your stomach up. So I guess my stomach might be getting used to it. But the side effects, I have to give myself injections 4 days after the chemo because that boosts your white blood cell count because it takes months for your white blood cells to recover. So this chemical boosts it. So they give you a paper on every drug that goes in. They give you a paper and tells you side effects. Well, the side effect of this thing I'm shooting into my leg, it says if this chemical would get to your sternum, the sternum will explode and you die.
Okay.
So, of course, I mean, well, I'm shooting this in my leg, and if it goes the wrong place, which of course it can't from your leg, can't get to your sternum, you can't let it get into your muscle. You have to lift up your skin, and the needle's only about a half inch. I don't like needles, but I had to get used to it, so it's not a big deal now. I've done it enough times, but I go Wednesday for they do the lab work and see where the white blood cells are. And then I get a little bit of a break until the 15th. That's the next chemo, and then it starts all over again. But I'll tell you what, the back pain that I had, I mean, I had, of course, I had this cancer for 2 years, didn't know it. But the back pain that I would have at night, I couldn't sleep on my left side because my left side was always sore, and I kept blaming it on my back being out of place because I'm always lifting heavy stuff. So now the back pain is gone, so apparently something's working in there. But just going to fight the fight. It's all you can do.
Yes, sir. One day at a time,
and,
right?
Yeah. It's looking positive. You know, they gave me 90% survival rate, so maybe it'll be okay. But never know what the future holds for you, so you got to live one day at a time, I guess. All right. Hope everybody in the audience doing good. I'm going to check out and get some sleep. I'll see you later.
All right. Appreciate the update here. Lone Ranger, you have a good morning. Get well soon. Prayers that the treatment continues to work as planned. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Dirty Harry, who says, "Gooder morning, everybody." It's been a long time since he's checked in. He said, "I believe the last time I checked in, I had gone for a biopsy, and it came back negative, which was the good news. But I've been sleeping at night, or maybe indulging in some adult beverages." All right, thank you. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, we did pass that message along that he has one lung, one removed previously, and they saw, I guess, a lump or a mass, and there was concern the cancer may have returned, and it came back negative. So, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, it may be the greatest day of the week for some people, but for some people it's not. Friday night I had bad news. Saturday night I got bad news. And Sunday afternoon I got some really bad news. Which one do you want first?
Wow. Well, give us a full report. What the heck going on?
Well, Friday night I come through Texarkana, Arkansas, the 8 mile marker, a guy by the name of Michael Hernandez was killed by a hit and run semi. He was walking up the entrance ramp to the interstate out of the rest area, and somebody run over him, and the guy left the scene. Didn't even bother to stop. That's sad, you know?
Yes, it is.
So then Saturday night, Tennessee's phone quit working. It come home, but it wouldn't make a phone call. It wouldn't receive one, wouldn't do a text, nothing. So we ordered her a new phone. We got up there Sunday afternoon to pick it up, and she wanted to look at my phone, so I pulled it out of the OtterBox case, and I had dropped it outside of the truck about a month ago, and when I opened that OtterBox case, guess what, Steve? It fell all to pieces. So I wound up buying 2 new cell phones today.
Wow.
But other than that, I'm alive and well and on my way to Miami, Florida. I'm down here in L.A. right now, Lower Alabama. Isn't Preacher Man, isn't he he's from Lower Alabama?
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
Oh, it's Sunday. He may not be out yet, so Sunday night, Monday morning. But anyway, I don't know. That, there was a bunch of trucks parked on that ramp there at that rest area. He might have been a truck driver. I don't know. All it said was a pedestrian there. So, I read where PO because the overtime rule they got left out truck drivers, Steve. But I didn't know we could ever get overtime. Yep. So
that is in our industry headlines. That is correct.
Yes, sir. And then old Clarence Thomas, he's raised some crucial questions about the legitimacy of the special counsel's prosecution of Trump. Well, one thing, he said that special counsel couldn't even be the one bringing charges against him there. So that's an interesting question there. And I talked about that bird flu in that milk again this weekend. We found an article that says 1 in 5 samples of pasteurized milk show traces of bird flu. 1 in 5.
I got that email from you, and then it listed off all the different alternatives. I mean, the almond milk, the soy milk. I mean, there's a lot. I didn't realize there was that damn many different kinds of milk.
I didn't know either. So, but I'm still drinking regular. I'll take my 1 in 5 chances. How about you?
There you go.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I read where Diesel Bunchen, she got pulled over, Steve, down there in Surfside, Florida. She was driving erratic there, and they were, the cop said, what are you driving crazy for? She said, well, I'm worried about this paparazzi guy chasing me there. So, and he wouldn't help her none. So the mayor got on to the policeman about not being compassionate to a rich woman, right?
Okay.
That's all my bull on it for right now, Steve. Shoot, I'll just call in a little later on tonight there with some more of it there. I know everything's going good, right?
On the greatest day of the week, no less.
Absolutely. Hey, at least we're still alive. We're not laying on that pavement. And I promise you, when I seen that guy laying on that pavement, I couldn't drink enough Skull Buster to get that image out of my head. So, anyway, we'll talk at you later, brother.
Yeah, when the old scenario, some things cannot be unseen. Well, we did mention that deaths resulting from large truck crashes, the percentage of fatal large truck and bus crashes involving a new entrant carriers has climbed from 4.6% to 7.4%. This is the numbers from 2017 to 2022, according to the snapshot from the FMCSA's data taken at the end of last year. Unfortunately, this trend continues among recent new entrant program graduates. According to Kelly Stowe, an engineer with the FMCSA, now during their safety research forum last Thursday, Stowe presented a new internal agency analysis comparing crash rates for carriers that made it through the agency's 18-month new entrant program to crash rates of a control group of randomly selected established carriers that had a similar-sized fleet. And they kind of digest the numbers. Motor carriers operating within 24 months of graduating from the new entrant program had 2 times more total crashes and nearly 2 times more fatal crashes per 100 power units than those longer established carriers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt spent part of his Sunday getting a first-hand look at storm damage following Saturday night's deadly tornadoes. The governor visiting a town about 80 miles southwest of Oklahoma City. At least 2 people, a man and a child, died when another twister hit the small town of Holdenville, Oklahoma. The governor has declared a state of emergency for a dozen counties. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is meeting with Arab leaders in Saudi Arabia amid the ongoing war in Gaza. An Israeli foreign ministry official says Blinken will then visit Israel on Tuesday as talks continue for a potential ceasefire and hostage release deal. Hannah Siegel, whose Uncle Keith is a U.S.-Israeli citizen being held hostage by Hamas, joins CBS's Face the Nation and says she thinks a deal can get done to release more hostages.
I think that now is the moment. I have faith that we can do a deal now, but I also think that if that isn't possible, then the Biden administration should think about what they can do directly to bring our American citizens home.
This as anti-Israel protests are continuing on college campuses across the country. Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, visited Columbia University last week and are calling for the National Guard to be dispatched if the protests are not contained quickly. Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy tells Fox News Sunday most of the people protesting are not trying to incite violence.
We should all speak out, right, when protests
crosses a line, when it becomes violent or when there's hate speech. But 95% of the young people who are on these campuses are there because they believe there is a fundamental injustice being perpetrated in Israel, and we should protect their right to peacefully protest.
The NYPD says more than 100 people were arrested at Columbia last week. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy is co-sponsoring a bill that aims to strengthen the U.S. trade partnerships with Latin America while lowering reliance on China. On Fox and Friends Weekend, Cassidy says the legislation will reduce migration at the southern border by creating more jobs in Latin American countries, similar to what's happening in Mexico.
The kind of migration from Mexico has kind of evened out. Way back when, it was huge. Now it's evened out because there's jobs in Mexico. Now, by the way, we don't want good jobs to leave the United States to go anywhere else but the United States. But there's some jobs in which labor costs or in which the environmental regulation is such that it just cannot be here.
AI is once again in the spotlight. This time it's how it can be used for good. USA's Jen Gelber explains.
The U.S. government has asked leading artificial intelligence companies for advice on how to use the technology they are creating to defend airlines, utilities, and other critical infrastructure, particularly from AI-powered attacks. The move reflects the U.S. government's close collaboration with the private sector as it scrambles to address both the risks and benefits of AI.
After a short hospital stay on Saturday, Harvey Weinstein was sent back to prison on Sunday. The 72-year-old former Hollywood producer was checked out of Rikers Island on Saturday and taken to a hospital in Manhattan for a thorough exam, but he's now back in prison. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
So much, and welcome back. Welcome aboard. We kick off a brand new week as we close out the final weekend of April and first weekend of May next weekend. As we turn the page on the calendar, 29th of April coming on. Yeah, how about those in the Northeast? A little taste of summertime. A major flip in the weather pattern. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Temperatures shooting through the roof in the Northeast. Yeah, some areas may hit 90 degrees here in the last days of April. If you've been yearning for sunshine and a taste of summertime, you will soon get your wish. Well, at least for a period of time, despite some clouds, cool air, and a little shower activity over the weekend. It's been relatively dry, and that dryness is going to boost temperatures in many places to the warmest level so far this year. Daytime temperatures started to rise into the 70s and 80s by Sunday afternoon. Now, if the forecast hold today, will be the warmest stretch of weather since the heat wave back in early September of last year in the D.C., Baltimore, and Philadelphia areas. These areas, highs in the 80s for multiple days during this week. First time for that since early last October. So far, the warmest you've been in D.C. was here a couple of weeks ago, April 15, when you hit 83 degrees. You were expected to hit that mark yesterday, coming within a few degrees of 90 both Monday and Tuesday of this week. Temperatures may also come within a few degrees of 90 for Philadelphia and Baltimore. Richmond, Virginia managed to reach 90 on April 15. In the Northeast, much of the warmest days we've seen so far this year were April 15 and 16. So these upcoming conditions may not be considered humid for summertime, but the humidity will be noticeable for late April standards. While New York City certainly gets warm through the upcoming day, the metro areas may struggle with temperatures Tuesday and Wednesday with the stalled-out frontal system. After highs in the 80s today, probably not going to get any better than the 70s on Tuesday and Wednesday. Could even get stuck in the 60s in some areas. You'll probably max out in the 60s in Boston and the east coast of Massachusetts here for Monday. You'll see some clouds, spotty showers, and drizzle maybe putting up a fight there. The frost may be gone, but not forgotten. AccuWeather's long-range team is looking well into May for the Northeast. Warning, the warmth here early this week doesn't mean an end to episodes of chilly weather. The period from May the 6th through the 8th could bring another round of chill in the Northeast, especially from central Pennsylvania to New York. Yeah, we could be talking another frost occurring. Temperatures toward the end of the first week of May probably not going to dip as low as we saw like last Thursday and Friday morning when temperatures dropped all the way into the 20s in some areas. But during the middle of May last year, you may recall, temperatures plunged into the 20s. We had a hard, damaging freeze in parts of the interior Northeast. I said that part of the Mother's Day weekend could be chilly and possibly wet in the Northeast. That's still a few weeks out. And, of course, we all know Horse Feathers is hoping for beautiful weather for Mother's Day because it will once again be the Mother's Day convoy taking place there. All right, before we get back to your calls, let me finish up with the younger companies, apparently much more likely to be involved in accidents. Data showed that motor carriers operating within 24 months of graduating from the new entrant program, as I said, had 2 times more total crashes and nearly 2 times more fatal crashes. So even after completing the new entrant program, which includes having to pass a safety audit, newer carriers are still getting into crashes at a higher frequency than the more established carriers. If we can educate these carriers early on and make sure they understand the requirements and expectations before they begin operations, we can prevent some of those crashes from occurring, he said. Now, he acknowledged, despite the concerning trend, the FMCSA has yet to establish a written proficiency exam that had been mandated by Congress all the way back in 2012 that must be passed before a carrier can be registered with the U.S. Department of Transportation. The deadline for meeting this requirement was April of 2014. So, yeah, we are 10 years late on this. Stowe also noted that the timeline for a proposed rulemaking to establish the proficiency exam that was scheduled to begin in July with publication in the Federal Register is probably going to slip through. It's a high-level work plan. It is subject to change. While based on dated studies, there is evidence that such a requirement would have a significant effect on reducing injuries and fatalities involving the new entrant carrier crashes. Stowe summarized findings from studies completed back in 2006 and 2012, comparing companies undergoing training prior to receiving operating authority with the control groups that didn't. Not only did trained carrier drivers have much lower crash rates, but they also tended to remain in business substantially longer. We have an opportunity with this program to improve new entrant carrier safety. Okay, so they've got their work cut out for them, obviously. Coming up a bit later this hour, we heard on the headlines late last week and headed into the weekend this new final rule from the Department of Labor that extends overtime protections to millions of workers. I was wondering at the time, is this going to apply to truck drivers? However, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is promoting a bill that would remove the long-time overtime exemption from motor carriers. In other words, truckers not included. As I said, the full report coming up as we roll on into a brand new day. See what Eagle has going on. How was your weekend? Out there driving truck, I presume?
Yeah, I'm out here working this week, brother, but I'll be home next weekend. Well, this coming weekend, I'll take some days off. See, I'll be back home by Friday, I hope. But trying to make this money right now while we can, because it ain't looking good at all, man. Steve, I've never seen trucking industry in this decline like this. I'm noticing a lot of trucks. When I'm driving now, the freeways, not as many trucks rolling down the interstate as you used to see. I see more trucks in the damn truck stop than I do on the road now. This freight loads is getting hard to get right now for a lot of people. My company, even the company, I'm with a good company, and even my company is having problems with loads. I told you I was in Laredo, Texas last week. I didn't even know what the hell I picked up because they had the doors sealed up on the trailer. I drove all the way to South Carolina, and when I got there, I opened the damn doors up, and the trailer was only halfway full. I drove damn near 1,300 miles with almost an empty trailer.
Wow!
But like I say, I don't care. I'm a company driver. I get paid regardless. The company didn't make much money. I made mine. But it's getting real bad for freight, Steve. It's not good. People, because people are not buying, people are always going to eat food. Those guys, they always got to have food. But as far as the extras like TVs and refrigerators, washer and dryers and stuff like that, people not buying that right now because the economy is so bad and everything is overpriced. So, like I say, a couple of weeks ago, I picked up we picked up a load of damn trash. And took it to an inferno where they burned the damn garbage at. I picked up a load of basically trash and took it to an inferno where they burned it up. So You know that's bad when you got to haul some trash. So yeah, the freight is real bad right now. Like I say, Joe Biden, he's destroying this country one brick at a time, Steve. It's a damn shame. I told you last week what he did to the oil rig truckers down in Texas. Put them boys out of business. If they don't get him out of, if they don't get Biden out of the White House, Steve, everybody gonna be out of work. Did you hear about the list of all the restaurants that are going out of business? Red Lobster, all kind of big time, all time restaurants that I grew up with, not making no money because people don't have the money to go out and eat. Even the damn dollar stores. You know that's bad when a dollar store is not making a profit, Steve. Even dollar stores are going out of business. This guy, Joe Biden, man, he going to put the whole damn country out of business if they don't get this guy out of the White House in the next couple of months. This is totally ridiculous what's going on right now. This is an embarrassment. Joe Biden, he shouldn't have to be forced out of the White House. He ought to walk out of the White House with a brown paper bag over his head in disgrace. That's how bad the situation is, Steve. But yeah, before I get to this other situation with these protesters, because I definitely got something to say about them, because I'm about fed up with all of them. I want to say something about this NASCAR race today. Pretty good race today. I watched the second half of the race when I pulled into a truck stop. Had a little bit of extra time this afternoon, so I watched the final 200 laps of the race. Pretty decent race. Denny Hamlin. I'm not happy about Toyota, but I like Denny Hamlin. He's a good guy. He's a good driver. He voices his opinion. That's what I like about Denny. He speaks his mind, even though he's driving for the wrong car company. But he pulled in the victory lane ahead of Larson. It was a good race. In Dover. Now the next race in Kansas, that ain't even worth watching. I still ain't figured out why they race in Kansas, but that's where they go. That's where they run at next week, which is you want to fall asleep. Tune into that race next Sunday, and I guarantee you'll fall asleep before the race is over. But like I said, that's just a waste of time going. They could have picked another spot to go to NASCAR. But Steve. Now to get to my favorite topic, besides talking about Trump, is protesters. And you already know how I feel about protesters. Now, here's how it goes, Steve. Because, see, everybody, you had a right to protest. You had a right to protest in America, Steve. Okay, let's make sure we get that straight before I say what I'm going to say. Okay, you got the right to protest. But let me say, who said that you had a right to protest day after day, sleeping on the campus, sleeping out in tents? Well, can't you get your point across in one day, Steve? Let me ask you a question. Can't they get their point across in one day that they are on the side of Palestine, and you make their statement and you get the hell off the campus and go on about your life, go back to school or go back to work or whatever you do? Can they do that in one day? Is it possible to protest in one day and then go get the hell off the campus and go back to doing what you're doing? Can you answer that question?
I think we've got the message, but no, they've got to wreak havoc though. They want to raise hell.
It makes no sense, Steve. All these people need to be arrested. Nobody needs to. I watched on CNN television during the commercial breaks of this NAS. They still having problems out in UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles. They still got college kids raising hell and fighting with the police, all kind of disturbances. Kids can't go to school. Jewish kids are scared for their life. This makes no sense, Steve. Like I said, you can make your point and win one day and get the hell off the campus and go on about your business. Because, see, nobody needs to sleep outside in no damn tent, and nobody needs to sleep overnight in one of these colleges, because these people are nothing but troublemakers, and all of them need to be arrested. We already know, somebody said this week, when is Biden gonna call in he ain't gonna call in the National Guard, because he doesn't even know where the hell he's at. He probably don't even know people protesting. That's how stupid this guy is. He probably doesn't even know they got a protest going on at these college campuses. So anybody expecting Joe Biden to send in the National Guard is not going to happen because Barack Obama didn't tell him to send it, because that's who your president is to begin with. When Barack Obama tell him to send in the National Guard, that's when he'll send them in, just in case people didn't know. So So like I said before, if it was up to me, Steve, all these college punks, they would be rounded up. I would give them a 5, but before it get dark outside, whether it be 7 or 8 o'clock at night, you either get the hell off the campus. You had your time to protest. They come nightfall, you either leave on your own, or we'll make you leave. Those are your two options. You can leave on your own, or we'll make you leave. And if we make you leave, you're going to jail. Because see, you can't continue playing games with these people. Because the next thing is, Steve, somebody gonna get hurt or somebody gonna get killed. Something real bad's gonna happen. Because nobody's checking these individuals for guns or weapons or nothing. Any terrorists can mix in with these people and create all kind of havoc. This needs to come to a stop. It needs to come to a stop immediately. Because see, first of all, they're protesting. What they're protesting about is garbage to begin with. Because Hamas in Iraq and the pilot, this stands for nothing but evil. These are some of the stupidest individuals that I've ever seen in my life. They don't realize that what Jews and what the country of Israel means in the Bible. But see, that's the problem with America now, Steve. A lot of people don't read the Bible. A lot of these so-called college punks that are so educated, they're too stupid to open up a Bible and read what it says clearly about the Jews and what it says about Israel in the Bible, and they'll realize that they're clearly wrong by protesting at these college campuses. So I'm going to repeat myself one more time, Steve, before I hang up with you, for these so-called protesters. Like I say, if I was running things, I'd give them until nightfall, get dark outside. You either leave your way or you leave my way. And if you leave my way, you end up in a jail cell. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. I don't know what your opinion of Dershowitz is, Alan Dershowitz. But he's speaking out about the protest, and kind of interesting what he had to say, which I think most of us realize that most of them have little idea for the reason for their protests. They're useful idiots. Those who have a more nefarious motive behind the protest and the violence, the threat is they're being groomed for future terrorists, he says. He wrote a column that these protesters include university, high school, and even middle school students. They're protesting Israel, the United States, and Jews. Yeah, look at some of the signs, say, pro-Palestine, ceasefire now, end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But these benign statements hide a far more malignant agenda, which is the end of Israel as the nation state of the Jewish people, the end of America as the world's leading power, and the end of democracy and the free market economy. Even if there was a unilateral ceasefire accompanied by massive humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza, many of these protests would continue because Gaza is merely an excuse for a much wider agenda, which is to destroy Israel and America. New York protesters, he pointed out, recently called to repeat the atrocities of Hamas on what occurred back on October 7th. Repeat that 1,000 times over, they said. Shouts and chants, "We are Hamas," "Death to America," "Burn Tel Aviv to the ground," "Israel, go to hell," "Jews, back to Poland." The chant, of course, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Free of what? Free of Jews? Nobody, he said, has been caught with a sign calling for a two-state peace solution. The calls for revolution actually bypass the Middle East issues and aim directly at us, America. For those that have been around long enough, as in the 1960s, many of these students are being groomed to be the terrorists of the future in the manner of Kathy Boudin, Bernadine Dorn. A fifth column, the aim of which is taking down America. There are 4 players in the protests: Arabs and Muslims who hate Israel and Jews, old line radicals, anarchists, the American haters, organizers who handle money and organize violence, and then these useful idiots. They have little or no knowledge of the issues. They simply want to be a part of the current protest movement, which are popular on these campuses and among many of their peers. It is this last group that is most troubling, because many of the members are actually good, decent people being led into dangerous territory by their elders. These useful idiots are young. That does not make them less dangerous, though. Young students were instrumental in bringing to power tyrants like Hitler, Stalin, Castro, and Mao. They're young. They can change ideologies, but consequences should accrue for those who are violent. Arrest and prosecution for physically intimidating, blocking, harassing Jews or any minorities whose actions are not protected by the First Amendment. These particular actions are not. You've got the right to a peaceful protest, but they're doing a whole lot of things that should not be protected, he said. So now Eagle mentioned that it just kind of appears to him, seems like the freight market's slow. According to the latest report from the OOIDA Foundation, that would be correct. The current market conditions have not improved enough to adjust the OOIDA Foundation's future outlook. In their March update, the market update, the foundation maintains a negative future outlook. Some of the key variables in determining this outlook were rising volume demand, loose capacity, bottoming rates, and high operating cost. There were a few positive signs in March, but we'll break it down market by market. The van, the flatbed, the reefer, the trucking market as a whole from the OOIDA Foundation. First, we take care of a news break here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. New Biden administration pollution regulations released last week will make it more expensive for energy companies to keep burning coal. The climate rule will require power companies to cut carbon dioxide emissions from coal power plants by 90% if they intend to operate past 2039. The EPA also issued separate regulations governing coal plants' hazardous air pollution, wastewater, and toxic ash waste. Altogether, those rules are widely expected to accelerate coal-fired power plant retirements if the regulations survive their inevitable court challenges. Gas prices have risen slightly as the weekend approached. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.66, up 1 cent from yesterday. Drivers are paying 13 cents more than they were a week ago, with the lowest pump prices in Mississippi at $3.08 a gallon. USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll say good morning to Jason. Send me a link to a little video. I guess he's rolling along Interstate 40 out there toward the Arizona-New Mexico state line, where it had been shut down much of the weekend. Apparently, pretty big train derailment and a big fire. The update a few hours ago said I-40 was reopened in both directions Sunday, as fire crews continue to watch over what is now considered a controlled burn of remaining fuel from a freight train derailment. The earlier evacuation orders have now been lifted. The chief says it's under control. The hazmat team's on site, along with our well-trained firefighters. Let's see. Chief Montoya, the incident commander at the scene, said the controlled burns are still consuming remaining fuel on some cars. No one was hurt in the Friday derailment of the BNSF railway train near Lupton, Arizona, which occurred on the New Mexico side of the tracks. Or during the subsequent firefighting operations, no injuries for a time. Eastbound lanes of 40 were closed around Holbrook, Arizona. Westbound were closed at Grants, New Mexico. The New Mexico DOT reported Sunday motorists should continue to expect some heavy smoke in some areas, as well as long delays that could require you to seek other routes or postpone travel to the area. Firefighters continue to remove debris from the area. Repair of the tracks is underway now. They say the cause still under investigation as of this past day. Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board and other federal agencies are on the scene there. So at one point, that was a pretty big blaze they had going. That report didn't say how many cars were involved. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Happy greatest day of the week.
Yes, indeed.
So that train derailment there, that kind of brings back memories of East Palestine there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit there. So anyways, we neighboring department there on the north side, the Macy-Dixie line there, they had a pretty good fire go. They I guess it was Saturday morning. I was out here on the road there, so I didn't hear much about it until I got back. But there was a old furniture factory, big 3-story brick building there, and so it was one of the big major establishments there in the small town area there, way back in the day, and it's long since been a furniture factory, but it was a big 3-story brick building there that had a very heavy fire load, and the fire engulfed the whole building, and they'd actually done a lot of pre-planning for this because they knew the town's water supply would not be able to sufficiently supply water to do any type of firefighting effort on this. So they'd actually committed an 8-inch pipe from a pond to be buried in the ground and was able to supply water to the fire ground and down into center of town where this building was to try to at least protect all the exposures. And they knew they'd never save the building, but they always planned on trying to do as much as they could to prevent extension to other buildings and property, and try to prevent loss of life that way. But they said they were having pieces of debris. Of course, the fire sucks in its own air and lifts a lot of debris out with the flames and everything. So they said they were up to almost a mile away there. They were having 3 and 4 inch pieces of embers come down.
Wow.
In the neighborhoods over there. So it was it was kind of a good thing. The winds were very calm, and they weren't coming from the prevailing winds from the west like normally happens with the north wind. So it actually was the best case scenario for all the way around for the time the fire happened. But hats off to a whole bunch of volunteers, because at 2:30 in the morning, a lot of people got rustled out of bed, and they moved pretty much all of York County, Pennsylvania, and there was about 4 departments in Maryland that they got moved, 4 or 5 departments in Maryland that got moved and going, and then of course there was a lot of standby equipment that got moved into those departments. So there was a whole lot of action going on for the volunteers there. So they a lot of hats off to them, and they spent a long Saturday night into Sunday morning there. So actually, I guess it was Friday night into Saturday morning, and then that department stayed on scene pretty much all day Saturday to go after hot spots and mopping up, and I guess try to help with whatever investigation they could do on such a large structure that had such a major fire. Which, I don't know, they'll probably be lucky to try to find too much, but it was quite the thing. And if anybody looks for it, it was Stewartstown, Pennsylvania, and it was the Eureka Fire Department is the name of the department there in Stewartstown, Pennsylvania. So if anybody wants to try to check it out, you can probably find a whole bunch of pictures and stuff on Facebook and everything about it. So, but other than that, everything's kind of going as it is there. So my test went okay, and the person that was doing it there said that she isn't supposed to be obliged to give me any information about it. The cardiologist is supposed to go through and review everything, but she said that if I happen to look at the screen here in a couple places where she was kind of just happened to have her fingers pointed, I could see some numbers, and all the numbers there, they were all within tolerance, Your Honor. There isn't any issues that I saw from what she was for her determinations that she was making. So
okay,
we'll see what the cardiologist has to say here through the week. We're supposed to. I think we're supposed to get a return phone call from him. I don't know if there shouldn't be any reason to have to go in for a visit. Just have him tell me everything should be okay. So we're hoping it's just a phone call and we don't get our schedule screwed up anymore like we did last week, because we didn't get done with Friday's work until, I don't know, about 7 o'clock Saturday morning there. So that was kind of threw a wrench in the works there, but we knew kind of that was happening in the beginning of the week anyways. It was coming up that way. But yeah, so what are you and the AccuWeather gods doing? You know, Lightyear froze us to death last week there. You know, you left the barn door open from Canada, and Lightyear froze us to death, and out there chipping ice out of the water buckets. And now this week here, now we're going to the 90s. I'm gonna be about melted into a puddle by the time we get done with all this 90-degree stuff here. And I don't know. I'm thinking I need to be out there with Big Ed there going across Wolf Creek Pass. How about that? Big Ed out there on Wolf Creek Pass.
Yes.
We better be careful he doesn't shoot the tunnel at 112 and take the top row of chickens off, flickering the scum off of Louisiana swamp, huh?
Yep.
I'm just saying. But anyways there. So hopefully he made all right getting down the hill there and everything. So I didn't get to see if there was. I saw the pictures at the top. I didn't get to see if there was pictures at the bottom. So I guess maybe I'll have to check later.
Yeah, the last photo I saw, well, I guess he was starting the process of coming down the hill, and I guess 6 miles ahead there was a hairpin curve.
That's exactly what there is there on Wolf Creek Pass. So, but anyways, there. So I guess Ranger there, since he's back here in the Pennsylvania area, and now he's got temperatures like he'd have out west, except for, you know, I'm guarantee he's not saying this is a dry heat here. This is just to get into this, and even though we aren't into the heavy humidity this time of year yet, this humidity around here is about enough to kill you when it gets about that temperature. So, guess we'll see what we get done with, but other than that, we're finishing up April, and we're still trying to work on some more donations and see what we can scourge up there. And it's going to have to start going out and banging on the bushes here pretty quick there. So anyways, I'm going to throw something out here early. I was thinking about doing it there with 2 weeks to go, but maybe I'll throw it out early if we got another minute or two. You know, they got that thing called 6 degrees of separation, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard about that, you know, within, you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, that by the time you get to the 6th one there, you know everybody, by that time everybody could pass your name along to everybody else there. So I'm going to throw this out here. We got 6 degrees of separation. Now, Michael Jordan, a few years ago, he decided that he was going to help Make-A-Wish out by doing $10 million. Oh, what truck is this going by? We got Polaris. Got the Polaris. Oh, there must be some motocross. We must have had motocross here and track going on. We just had a couple other haulers go by. But, so anyways, we got this 6 degrees of separation that goes on here. So, I'm just thinking, Michael Jordan there, he donated $10 million to the Make-A-Wish itself. Now, do you think somebody that knows me, that probably knows somebody that probably knows somebody else, that maybe there might be somebody out there that may be a sports figure, maybe in the Philadelphia area, and, you know, maybe baseball or hockey or professional soccer, or maybe even the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know, but just throw my name out to those people and just have it passed along. What do you think, Your Honor? Do you think there's any way to just?
I'd say there's probably a pretty distinct possibility, yeah, because it's a small world after all.
There you go. So anyways, I'm putting a 6 degree challenge out there. You know, I don't know. You got all them TikTok challenges and Instagram challenges and Face Magazine challenges. I'm putting a 6 degree challenge out there, and so let's see who can help me out there by by finding my name, my donation page on the maybe even just 3 or 4, possibly 5 degrees even. Maybe it doesn't even have to go all the way to 6 degrees.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Your Honor?
It's worth a shot.
All right. Well, that's enough about bothering you about the Mother's Day truck convoy, Manheim, Pennsylvania, Mother's Day, May 12th. Convoy goes off 1:30. 1:30, the convoy leaves no matter what. And don't worry about coming out no matter what Steve does to you. No matter what Steve and the AccuWeather gods do, whatever they give us on Mother's Day, the whole thing with the carnival bit and the Make-A-Wish kids and the auctions and all the fun part, we get a whole auction lane at the Manheim Auto Auction, and do it all inside now, Your Honor. They got heat, and they got bathrooms, and they got everything you want, refreshments, you name it, they got it. I mean, it's as good as going to a NASCAR race. So, but anyways, we'll say one last thing there. Just don't forget that Dale Earnhardt used to be a team owner, and he drove for Richard Childress, and he raced his cars just as hard or harder than he raced everybody else out there on the track.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, every now and then you have to make the pass in the grass. Don't forget that. Every now and then you just got to go down in the grass to make that final pass. But anyways, hey, with that, Your Honor, y'all have fun. Maybe we'll check back in towards the loneliest hour there if you can't rattle up a scarecrow, and if nobody's out there, if everybody's out there busy grinding them because they can't find them like Big Ed there, right?
It is the greatest day
of
the
week.
week.
We'll catch you later, Your Honor.
Thank you much. Have a good morning. Okay, so Monday, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What did the OOIDA Foundation have to say? They said there were some positive signs in the month of March. An increase in load-to-truck ratios. We're still in a trough in regard to demand overall. Basically, everything else is not looking so great for the most part. Andrew King, Assistant Director of the OOIDA Foundation. There's an uptick in demand, but rates keep falling. They seem to keep finding a new floor. We still have a surplus of trucks. That's not helping anyone out there. Starting with the van market, unlike the previous month, 9 regions experienced increases in demand, Largest was the California region, but both spot rates and contract rates fell. Inventory to sales ratios decreased while monthly sales increased. Demand has not increased, which is why the current freight down cycle is continuing despite inventory right-sizing. Household appliances have performed well since the start of the new year. Flatbed market, a load to truck increased 35% month over month. 12 of the 16 regions reporting an increase. That's Ratecast predicts that spot rates, excluding fuel, will continue to perform well. Housing starts plummeted in March. Retailers continue to struggle with high inventory levels. This indicates a significant headwind for future freight demand. And demand overall remained low. Reefer market conditions were more favorable for carriers operating in the Upper Mountain, South Central, and California regions. The spread between spot and contract grew, but was 9% better compared to a year earlier. Carriers in the Pacific Northwest experienced the greatest decrease in pay per mile month over month. Reefer truck capacity did loosen even further in March as rates fell and volumes increase. The overall trucking market, according to the Cass Shipment Index, the freight cycle is certainly stabilizing with rates below sustainable levels. In many cases, little room for further savings. Employment numbers increased to 1.56 million following adjustments. The industry has experienced overcapacity since the fourth quarter of 2022. But that's not the primary cause for low rates. But it's not helping matters. Fuel prices are down month over month. Preliminary used truck prices continued their downward trend in March. Contrary to several articles out there, do not expect the new freight cycle to start materializing until at least the second half of 2024, according to the foundation. So some are saying earlier than that. What you need is demand to go up. That is the biggest factor. I'm not disagreeing that we need some capacity to leave, but it's not the cause that we're looking for that will turn the market. No market has ever shifted simply because capacity increased or decreased, he said. So interesting numbers. We'll get back to the calls just ahead here. Philip will be checking in here on a Monday morning. Let's see who else wants to join us here. Not good numbers for Ford. Wow. It's that trend. If there ever was a trend that has not been positive, it is night after night when we talk about the electric vehicle market, right? The latest from Ford. Wow. Ford Motor Company reported a whopping $132,000 loss on each electric vehicle sold during the first 3 months of this year. How is that possible? That's a $1.3 billion loss. The electric vehicle unit revealed Thursday that they experienced a 20% decrease in sales volume and were forced to slash prices due to low consumer demand. The revenue for Ford's EV car, the Model E, plunged by 84% to about $100 million, which the company blamed on EV price cuts across the entire industry. That resulted in the $1.3 billion loss before interest and taxes, and the massive per-vehicle loss in the Model E unit. These figures, part of the trend of loss for Ford, with their Model E reporting a full-year EBIT loss of $4.7 billion on the sale of 116,000 units. That is an average loss of $40,525 per vehicle. And even that's just a third of the per vehicle loss seen in the first 3 months of this year. Now, company officials are estimating their EV division will lose a grand total of $5 billion this year, up from $4.7 billion last year. Americans don't want EVs at levels Biden's climate hysteria require. Andy Puzder wrote, Ford's EV Q1 losses soared to $1.3 billion. That's a ridiculous $132,000 per electric vehicle sold. All of Ford's profits came from combustion engine vehicle sales. Collectivist policies destroy prosperity. This does not appear to be sustainable. Yeah, Ford's loss is a massive electric vehicle disaster. Now, they did announce earlier this month that they're going to delay producing 2 new electric models, opting for hybrid vehicles instead. We know now, hindsight's 2020, many companies rushed in way too fast with EVs. Too expensive, not as much of a market for them as anyone ever thought would be there. That's an EV disaster. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jen Gelber. The United States is providing Ukraine with its largest military aid package to date. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Friday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced a package worth $6 billion, which will include munitions for Patriot missile defense systems.
That will allow us to procure new capabilities for Ukraine from U.S. industry.
Austin expressed gratitude to Congress for passing foreign aid legislation that allocates over $60 billion in aid for Ukraine. He emphasized that with the right level of support, Ukraine can fend off Russia's invasion.
The U.S. government has asked leading artificial intelligence companies for advice on how to use the technology they are creating to defend airlines, utilities, and other critical infrastructure, particularly from AI-powered attacks. The move reflects the U.S. government's close collaboration with the private sector as it scrambles to address both the risks and benefits of AI in the absence of a national targeted AI law. Haiti's Prime Minister Ariel Henry announced his resignation last week, handing power over to a transitional council that will seek to gain control of the violence-ravaged nation. Henry wrote in his resignation letter last week that, given the current state of affairs, the time was right for him to step down. Quote, "We have served the nation in difficult times. I thank everyone who had the courage to face such challenges with me," he said. Haiti has been overrun by chaos and gang violence in the recent weeks, with criminal groups attacking government structures and social order on the brink of collapse. The Federal Communications Commission is voting on reinstating net neutrality rules, which prevent broadband providers from blocking internet traffic to certain websites and favoring those that pay extra fees for faster access. The FCC chair emphasized the importance of net neutrality, especially in light of the pandemic, which has drastically changed our lives. I'm Jen Gelber, USA.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
TikTok announced plans to take legal action to prevent new U.S. legislation that might result in its ban. President Biden signed a bill into law last week that sets the stage for banning the social media platform if its Chinese parent company doesn't sell it.
Rest assured, we aren't going anywhere. We are confident and we will keep fighting for your rights in the courts. The facts and the Constitution are on our side, and we expect to prevail again.
Recent data indicates that inflation continues to increase. According to the Commerce Department, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, excluding food and energy, rose by 2.8% from March 2023 to March 2024. On a monthly basis, consumer spending increased by 0.8%. There's a big difference between 1 and 100. Corey Myers has the humorous details.
Mildred Kirschenbaum is going through her second childhood. She still enjoys traveling at the age of 100, but she often gets mistaken for an unaccompanied minor. Mildred is actually a former travel agent herself, so she understands how it happens. Every time she has to put in the year of her birth, she puts 23, as in 1923. But of course, the system thinks it's 2023. She says it happens with several airlines, and the supervisor has to come to see her through security.
USA News, I'm Jen Gelber.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, back at it another round as we roll on into a brand new week. Hello to Rubber Duck, who checked in about an hour ago, who says, good morning, got home about 11 a.m., man. This 6 to 6 hour week work stuff is like real trucking. Yeah, that's 3 weeks in a row I was out till Sunday morning. Not sure where I'm going this morning, probably towards Chicago. And there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 60 degrees, heavy rains, and chaos at the Weiss compound, hanging out with a hot blonde wife, listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Special shout-out to the Overnight Drive worldwide listening audience from the Maple Leaf City in southwest Missouri. Very good. Diane says, my father taught me to drive back in 1984. We were car haulers. I teamed with my father 2 years before I came out on my own. There's a lot more to driving a truck hauling car. But nevertheless, truly believe they put these people out on the road way too soon. They don't have enough training. Moving on to Roki. He said Friday, 105 tornadoes reported. 93 in Nebraska and Iowa alone. So this should overtake Ohio's top spot where they were before this past weekend. Send me a link to the website, Tornado Paths. Kind of a search engine that shows where all the tornadoes. He said, Today in History tab wowed me. When looking at the zip code tab, I found it contained 1950s events. All right. I'll check that out when I get a chance. Hello to Gerald. Gerald Kramer, a.k.a. Ironfoot. Now, I recognize that. It's been a while, Ironfoot. Hope all's going well with you out there. Brett says, OOIDA's been doing nothing since before deregulation. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Seems like way too many of these scenarios with airlines. Here's the latest. Stuff just falling off of planes, right? The latest is the emergency exit slide fell off a Delta Airlines jet after taking off from New York en route to L.A. Friday. Delta said the crew on the flight, which had 183 people on board, declared an emergency, a return to JFK, they were supporting retrieval efforts. Where the hell did that thing land? As nothing is more important than the safety of our customers and people, Delta flight crews enacted their extensive training and followed procedures to return to JFK. Delta said the Boeing 767 aircraft, which will be thoroughly evaluated, has been removed from service. They will cooperate with investigators, which obviously the FAA is investigating. What the hell happened? I don't know, stuff just falling off our planes. What gives? Meanwhile, Philip gets the new week started. Here we are on Monday, the greatest day of the week once again.
Yeah, greatest week of the day, and had a good weekend, even though I went to a funeral, and but it was a good weekend because I got to go back to where I started from. where I grew up at, that a lot of people hadn't seen in like, I don't know, 20 to 40 years, somewhere around in that time frame. And, and it was kind of cool to meet people, talk with them, and see what they were going through and whatnot. But there was some comments made on Thursday that were made after I got on, and I didn't get a chance to listen to them until I got to listen to the replay, and I just want to bring a little light to those comments. Somebody made the comment about baby boomers not being very sharing with their money, and they made a lot of money and whatnot. I'm going to tell you what, I saw a lot of baby boomers over the weekend that did a lot of different things, from banking to construction to you name it in the community. And, they shared their wealth quite a bit. And, I kind of got offended by that individual making that statement. Baby boomers, there's a lot of them that have made a lot of money, but they made the choices in their life to make the money that they're making, just like Generation X, just like the forgotten generation, just like any other generation. So don't beat down somebody unless you really know them. And by the way, those people are the ones that taught us what to do, a lot of us out here, be it driving or whatever. Now, there was another accusation that was made that I never owned a truck, and that accusation is correct. I never did own a truck, and there's a reason why I never owned a truck, because you know what? I work beside owner-operators on a daily basis. I saw their numbers, and by the way, that quote was made that I didn't know the numbers. Well, I saw their numbers. In some instances, those owner-operators were cheaper to use than me as a company driver. So, you might not own a truck, but there's a reason why I never did go owner-operator, and I saw the numbers, and I saw what money I could make and what I could afford for my family and what it was, and it just didn't equate to what I wanted to do. Now, you want to get into a trucking situation, you want to be an owner-operator, go for it. If that's your passion and you're that passionate about the industry, go for it. But don't make accusations because somebody worked in the industry and didn't own a truck and was a company driver for all the years that they worked in the company, or worked in the industry, excuse me. Now, there was another accusation that was made that I don't work in the transportation industry anymore. Well, I do work in the transportation industry. I just don't haul freight. I don't haul general freight. Okay? I haul people. I haul probably over 250,000 people a day. Okay? The system that I work in, we have 12 trains that do probably in a 12-hour shift a good 100,000 people in a 12-hour shift, moving that many people. So when you tell somebody that they don't work in the transportation industry, you need to be particular about what side of the transportation industry somebody works in. So enough about people's comments. Steve, did you hear about the 2 officers that got shot in Polk County over the weekend?
Florida? No, I did not.
Okay, on Saturday, I'm taking it was possibly from either Saturday night into Sunday. I think it was Saturday night into Sunday. I might be wrong. An officer pulled over a car at a park. Now, in Polk County, they've been having a lot of vandalism in parks, and they've had a lot of theft from cars and whatnot. So what they've done is they've increased their patrolling of parks and recreational areas to combat this theft that's been happening. Well, they pulled over a car. The officer walked up to the car, and the individual rolled down the window just a little bit and was talking through the window. Mm-hmm. Now, the individual got into an argument with the police officer, the sheriff, and would not get out of his car. Well, the patrolman called for backup. The backup came. There was 4 of them there, and they tried to get this individual out of his car. He would not get out of his car. He shot through the window. 2 officers that were standing close to where the proximity where the door was got shot in the arm, and those were the 2 individuals that are in the hospital today. One is in critical condition, and the other one is in stable condition. But he got shot 4 or 5 times in his arm. Now, the other one that's in critical condition was able to get a few shots off. And then all 4 of them, as Grady Judd said in the interview, he said they took care of him. He is no longer with us, and they put a lot of stuff in him, if you know what I mean. So, but there's something about the story that was kind of interesting to me. Have you ever heard of a Moorish sovereign citizen?
I've heard of the sovereign citizen thing. You know, they get asinine with law enforcement. I don't have to tell you who I am. I don't have to show you my license. I don't know, what's the Moorish factor?
Okay, so Grady Judd brought this term up in his interview, and you can watch it on YouTube, guys. It's on YouTube if you want to see his interview about this. A Moorish sovereign citizen feels that they don't have to abide by federal, state, or local laws.
Correct.
That because they are a U.S. citizen, they don't have to abide by those laws. Well, the guy that claimed this over the weekend, as Grady Judd said, he's graveyard dead now. Okay, and because they had a simple question: can you please get out of the vehicle so we can talk to you? That's what they wanted. That's how it started. And that citizen said, I have the right, and just kept going on, and it escalated from that into what it turned out to be. But I had never, ever heard that term. Now, I've heard the term sovereign citizen.
Right.
I've never heard the term Moorish. And so I looked it up, and if anybody knows the story of the Moors, and I'm not going to go into that because that's a long story, but that's where it came from. And if you get a chance, and you can Google it, and you'll find out what the definition of it is. Now, yesterday I saw an interesting piece from about a company called NVIDIA. Have you ever heard of them, Steve?
I have.
Okay, so to give everybody out there a background about this company, NVIDIA is the company. They started out building processors for game systems to make game systems enhanced. Well, NVIDIA has turned out to be a multi-billion-dollar company that makes processors, and they are one of the primary folks that have been developing AI technology for the last few years. A lot of these Tesla cars that you see out here on the road have their technology in it. A lot of the medical procedures that are done on people today with robots and computers is done by these folks, as well as a lot of the stuff that we see in our movies was done by these folks. Now, the piece that I saw on 60 Minutes yesterday, they had like a trade show about all the people that use their technology. And they had one individual who had a robot there. And this robot looked like something out of a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that they had been working on it for 3 years. And this robot will be going into service in companies to help them make their process quicker and what they need to do. And whether it be stacking boxes or whether it might be picking freight off of shelves, hey, driving a truck, flying an airplane. And he showed this, and in 3 years, they have got a robot that can pretty much do what a human does as far as movement goes. Walking, it knows the difference from A to B. It knows, with AI, it knows the difference between an orange and a bag of chips. If you ask it, what do you think's healthier? It's going to pick up the orange every time because it's programmed that way through the AI. And it's kind of scary stuff what I saw, and it's just carrying on. But they said that there still has to be the human element in it. But the problem is they haven't figured out what goes wrong if the human element gets pushed aside. So, but it was a very interesting story. If anybody wants to see it, it was on 60 Minutes last night. And before I go, Steve, I just want to let everybody know out there, we've only going to be around this earth so long. So do yourself a favor. get yourself right before you go. And that's all I pretty much got for today, Steve. You have a good day, and thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much. And that is correct. Life is short. Enjoy it while you've got it, right? There it is. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, on a Monday, what are we looking at? Turning the page. 29th day of April. Ready or not, we're going to be rolling into May here in just a few short days. And what's happening with Pup this morning?
Oh, not much, Steve. It's been an interesting show already, so glad you had a good weekend and stuff. Other than the wind, it was really nice. But, Philip, don't worry about that guy because that's why his handle's Sun Duns. But anyway, Eagle is correct. The freight volumes are going down extremely bad. And with this being an election year, I can see it getting as bad as 2008. But, Steve, have you been able to watch any TV on those, on the people that are protesting and stuff? And I know that our forefathers and men have died for this country, for our freedoms, but Gershowitz is exactly right. There is people with Eastern descent in those crowds, and they are just these young kids. I mean, my gosh, it looks like their face fell into a tackle box, and they got hooks and shit, stuff hanging all over them.
Right.
And stuff. Sorry about that, Steve. I didn't mean to say that. But one thing to be proud of, did you happen to, I didn't work Friday night. I took Friday night off. I was glued to the Weather Channel with all the tornadoes and stuff going on and what have you. Did you see all of the volunteers that came out to help other people? My gosh, it was immense. I mean, guys were bringing in heavy equipment. They were bringing in all kinds of stuff. Guys were showing up with chainsaws and I mean, that's what America's about right there, helping one another out. My goodness, it just kind of, we always get such negative news and stuff, and that right there is a positive. And I mean, that's what America should be about, in my feelings. But we're just sitting back, relaxing, and listening to the show tonight. And so you have a good time and everything, and we'll talk at you later.
All righty, Pup. Thank you for checking in. There was an incredible amount of destruction. Yeah, some of these, and they had given plenty of advance notice that there was going to be the possibility of long-lived, long-track, as they call it, tornadoes. I know one was on the ground for over 100 miles. And even this Sunday morning, we still see some of these storms packing a punch. Let me, matter of fact, have a tornado for east central Missouri that just popped in here. Let's see, radar indicated rotation. Jefferson County, Washington County, Franklin, and St. Francois County. So that's east central and southeast Missouri, as they consider it. If you're rolling along Interstate 55 in Missouri, this is impacting, the warning includes between the 175 and 185 mile marker there. We saw some of the incredible daytime videos. Tornadoes actually crossing. We had one cross I-35 over the weekend, another that had crossed I-80. These were badass tornadoes. I mean, the big ones. It's amazing out there, so use caution here, even on a early Monday morning. It's about a minute before news break, so hang in there. We'll get back to your calls just ahead. The first bank failure of 2024 has taken place. There are some folks that are going to be waking up banking with a new bank today. Republic First Bank, which operated in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, was seized Friday by the FDIC. The Philadelphia-based bank, which did business as Republic Bank, was sold to competitor Fulton Bank, based in Lancaster, PA. Republic Bank's 32 branches were scheduled to open as Fulton Bank branches, actually Saturday. The Deposit Insurance Fund, the FDIC, will be out $667 million due to the bank's failure. The most recent bank failure came back in November when Citizens Bank of Sac City, Iowa, went under. So depositors at Republic Bank will become depositors of Fulton Bank. There will be no need to change your banking relationship to retain your deposit insurance coverage, according to the FDIC.
USA News Update. New Biden administration pollution regulations released last week will make it more expensive for energy companies to keep burning coal. The climate rule will require power companies to cut carbon dioxide emissions from coal power plants by 90% if they intend to operate past 2039. The EPA also issued separate regulations governing coal plants' hazardous air pollution, wastewater, and toxic ash waste. Altogether, those rules are widely expected to accelerate coal-fired power plant retirements if the regulations survive their inevitable court challenges. Gas prices have risen slightly as the weekend approached. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.66, up 1 cent from yesterday. Drivers are paying 13 cents more than they were a week ago, with the lowest pump prices in Mississippi at $3.08 a gallon. USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I promised I'd get to the Department of Labor's the overtime rule that they announced late last week. They published a final rule that increases the amount of money a salaried worker has to make to be exempt from overtime compensation. Under the rule, the current salary threshold of $35,568 will be increased to $43,888 by July 1. That goes to $58,656 by January 1 of 25. Starting in 2027, the salary threshold will be updated every 3 years based on up-to-date wage data. It's estimated about 4 million workers will be affected by the increases, which will require businesses to either meet the salary threshold or pay the employee overtime for any hours beyond the 40-hour work week. They had proposed this last September, reviewed more than 33,000 comments before issuing the final rule. But OOIDA filed comments in November to encourage the administration to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 so that employee truck drivers would be required to be eligible for overtime pay. You are, of course, currently exempt. The Fair Labor Standard Act exempts motor carriers from having to pay their truck drivers time and a half when they work more than 40 hours. Now, as we've discussed in the past, originally enacted in 1938 to prevent truckers from working excessive hours, but now actually prevents them from receiving adequate compensation in the modern trucking industry. Ironically, this exemption is now part of the reason why drivers regularly work more than 40 hours a week. I mean, it's commonly 60 or 70 hours, but paid by the mile with no additional compensation for those extra hours. That means truckers spend hours every week getting fuel, checking equipment, waiting for cargo without being compensated. While denying guaranteed overtime pay is first and foremost unfair to truckers, the motor carrier's exemption also contributes to supply chain inefficiency. All right, for far too long, the industry has generally only offered compensation for detention time if waiting times exceed 2 hours, but even this is not provided to all drivers. As a result, entities throughout the supply chain, shippers, receivers, and others lack the financial incentive to load and unload trucks in an efficient manner. All right, so the GOT Truckers Act, although the Department of Labor did not include truck drivers in the final rule, OOIDA has helped craft the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act that has been introduced in the House and Senate, would simply amend the Fair Labor Standards Act to end the overtime exemption for motor carriers. Jeff Van Drew introduced the bipartisan bill in the House, and he said it's about fairness. Truckers are breaking their backs. They sincerely are what makes America move. Our country'd be in a whole lot of trouble if we didn't have truckers working for us every single day. When people don't work hard, that's up to them, and maybe they don't deserve to make a lot of money, but truckers do. They deserve to be treated fairly and make a decent income. So they, of course, have been encouraging members or not anyone to contact your lawmakers to support the bills. You can learn more about that simply by going to the Fighting for Truckers website, fightingfortruckers.com. Would that be American cheese, I believe?
Yeah, hi, Steve.
Hey there.
I've been away all month. Hi. I've been away all month, and I went to open up the app and, to listen because I've been away all month. And the station's gone. Your station's gone. What's going on? I said, oh, my God, was he canceled again?
No, that's if you have an Android phone, I presume. The Android app has been down for about a week. So I got an update from Mindy on Friday, which was the response from the company, the radio.co, which simply says your apps, Overnight Drive, radio.com, have been submitted for review. Our teams review apps internally to make sure they follow the App Store policies. This review process can take up to 28 days. Once reviewed, support will be in touch. If there's any issues, we'll let you know what needs updating. If all goes well, you'll be connected to book an appointment for development. So it's like I said, it's been about a week now that the Android app has been down. So, and I know when you try to pull up the app and you can't find it, so hopefully a lot of people know you can go to the Facebook page or rumble.com or just the website, overnightdriveradio.com, but they are working on it. So we're still here.
Yeah, that's how I'm listening to you now. I'm still listening to you. Well, I'm listening to you now online. I had to Google you in order to listen,
Okay.
because I don't have social media anymore.
Gotcha.
And so, and you, a while back, you were on Rumble. And so, you know, I had to Google you tonight just to listen. I said, oh my, because I went to open up the app, and it said, open up your own radio station.
Yeah.
I said, what the heck is this?
It's kind of confusing when people see that. Yeah, a lot of drivers have told me on your Android phone, when that little screen pops up, you can maybe give it a try. If you'll go up to where, like, you know, when you get notifications at the very top, when that funky looking screen opens up, if you scroll down where your notifications are, kind of opens up, you'll see in the background, you can still click on the button to listen on your Android. It's worked for me, so.
Yeah, well, I'm listening to you on Google right now, you know, online, you know, just on the internet, because I don't have Facebook or no social media or anything. So you're on Rumble now?
Well, we are. We have been on Rumble for quite a while as well, yes.
Okay, so I'll go to Rumble then, you know, tomorrow. But right now I'm just listening online, you know. But, yeah, but thank you so much for letting me know what's going on, because I was just lost. I was like, oh, no, not again.
Yeah, everything, patience is the word, I guess. Patience, American cheese. But thank you very much. All right, see what's happening with Pappy out there. Good morning, Pappy. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Steve. Had the weekend off, so you know what that means I'm doing. Rolling cigs and doing laundry. Getting ready for Monday and Tuesday. Beautiful weekend, though, weather-wise.
It was. A little breezy out there, but it was nice. It was comfy out.
Yeah, it felt good. Yes, sir. Hey, listen, man. Pup made just a little statement here, but we got to give him some sort of cookie here, man. Maybe not the big cookie, but we got to give him a cookie. You're talking about how the American people come together, Steve, and helped out them tornado victims. Steve, that's what this country's all about.
Yes.
We do not need the federal government, which they are trying to make us, you know, thinking that they are the answers to all our problems. And the sovereign citizens, yeah, God bless them.
You ever dealt with any of them?
Yeah, Steve. I have. Yeah, we just dealt with one a few months ago. It was another agency that borders Hamilton County got in a pursuit, and we felt like he didn't have to stop. Anyway, came into Hamilton County. But they don't think they have to abide by federal and state laws. Now, some of them do think that the county sheriffs do have authority, believe it or not. I guess their thoughts are that, you know, when this nation was first formed, counties were kind of formed prior to federal and state. But, yeah, Steve, there's something else, man. I mean, they just have this belief, and I think some people can maybe try to understand where they're coming from, that they're a free people, they're free to travel the land of the United States, and they don't need or should be required to have a driver's license. You know, these types of things.
Yeah.
They just don't think the feds or the state has any right to impose these kind of things on them. One guy told me, stop him, he didn't have a license. I mean, he wasn't a full-blown, right? But he was like, hey, man, back in the 1870s, you didn't need a license to ride a horse. That was his comeback.
Which
you know?
I guess would be true, but I mean, how many times has we talked? I mean, driving is a privilege, not a right. You are free to go wherever you want in this country, right? You can walk from one coast to the other, right? But I mean, if you're wanting to drive it, you got to have a license.
Yeah, Steve, they just, I try to explain to them, listen, man, motor vehicle is a little bit different than riding a horse. You can fall off the horse and hurt yourself, right? But in order to get behind a vehicle, you kind of got to prove to somebody you know how to operate this thing so you don't hurt somebody else, not so much yourself. And then if you do, have the ability to pay for their damages. Little thing we got called insurance. Anyway, on IA, Steve, this is the dumbing down of humans. That's why these globalists are really, one of the reasons they're pushing this is because they want us stupid. And they are accomplishing their goals. We don't have to have the knowledge of math anymore. We can just pick up a calculator. We don't have to know the English language or how to spell. We have spell checks. Apps out there, and even when I'm typing on my computer at work, we have these programs. If you misspell something, it'll tell you. And if you type a sentence out and it don't quite sound right, it'll underline it and suggest a better way for you to say it. It's just dumbing us down, Steve, to where humans are going to be relied on the government to do everything because we're too stupid. Just heard on your news just a few minutes ago when you went to break. Government's more regulations on the coal industry.
Yep.
What's that going to do, Steve? It's going to cause the price to go up, less of it. Well, listen, Biden was out this weekend. Steve, if he gets elected, man, we're in trouble. He's been out here repeating himself what he's been saying. I guess the Trump tax cuts are coming up to end.
Mm-hmm.
Biden's out there saying it's up to him. He's going to make it permanent. And he's out here again saying he's going to raise the corporate tax. You got to pay your fair share, Steve. Old Bernie and everybody else, man, all these socialists and all these corporate people, man. Just like Sundance says, they ain't paying. You know why? They're getting rich and we're getting poor. Steve, this is one of the biggest misleading statements from the administration. I was listening to a Bongino's podcast. He does a Sunday show, but he was talking about it with another economist. Steve, this is just a game. You remember, and what they didn't bring it up, but what crossed my mind, you remember that debate with Hillary Clinton, and she was saying, you didn't pay no taxes. Well, that makes me smart. And he says, you won't change the tax codes because you want all your rich donors to get the benefit. But when it comes to these corporate taxes, Steve, one or three things, or all three, what these big corporates are going to do. They're going to do one or two things. They're going to raise prices, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take it out on their employees by either cutting their salary or not giving them raises, or the stockholders are just going to lower the returns. And the big corporate, these billion-dollar, Steve, they have lobbyists, right, that will go to D.C., make a big donation to the Democrat Party, and next thing you know, what happens, they're exempt from some of these taxes. We just seen that, what was it, where they were taxing something out in California, but they left a couple organizations out of the tax bracket.
The Panera Bread thing.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's how this works. They are not going to pay the tax. We are. Another thing they talked about is that it forces the smaller businesses. Now, you talk about corporate tax, right? Anything ending in Inc., you are now a corporation. You can have 3 people in business, but it can be an incorporation, right? But they talk about the smaller businesses. Now, you take a multi-billion-dollar company. I think they use the example of Walmart. The amount of merchandise they sell. So if they did have to pay the tax, because they sell so many items, they would only have to increase their prices, by a smaller amount because they sell so much, compared to say a Kmart. I don't even know if there's any of them even open in the United States now. Who maybe don't sell as much, so they would have to increase their prices more. They're not these multi-billion-dollar companies. They don't have lobbyists to go to D.C. on their behalf to get these tax breaks. So they have to raise their prices more. And what does that do? That forces the consumer to now go to the place where it's going to be cheaper, which benefits the bigger corporations. But you'll have Bernie Sanders and all these other ones out there talking about the big corporations aren't paying their fair share. It's smoke and mirrors to make sure these big corporations keep getting the big money. It's Steve, this is amazing how these people do things, man. It's just boggles the mind. He was talking, what else was he talking about? The capital gains tax. He's going to raise that.
Yep.
And that wealth tax again I've been talking about. They brought this up. Steve, you can think of this when I told you that they're going to tax everything you have. If you got a house, Steve, and it's paid off, you still got to pay property tax. You can pay it every 4 months, once, twice a year. It's up to you. But it's got to be paid, right? It's a property tax. So he was saying you could look at this thing as a property tax, meaning all your property, not just your house and land, but any property you own. Like I said, a coin collection. They're going to tax you on it. If you got a $40,000 car paid off, they're going to tax you on it. This is just absolutely crazy if this goes through. Well, I guess the Senate, they sure enough, Steve, they passed that thing on $95 billion bill, from what I understand.
They didn't waste.
True or not?
They didn't waste any time on that. No.
Yeah, we knew that. They came out there by lunch. They probably slapped the gavel down about 8 o'clock, and Steve, I bet you by 9:30, before brunch even, they had that thing passed. I heard somebody else make a comment. This isn't me. I can't take credit for this. But he was saying, listen, man, we're financing all the wars on both sides.
Yep.
We're sending money to Israel. Biden gave Iran $6 billion to make all their missiles and drones and everything else to attack Israel with. And now we're giving Israel money to shoot the pay for the missiles, to shoot down the drones. We're sending more money over to Ukraine, prolonging this war, and we're allowing Putin to sell his oil to Europe because we don't have the capacity to do it. which is financing his war over there.
Plus, we didn't. Plus, the sanctions. They implemented new sanctions on Iran last week or week before, and they did not sanction Iran's oil sales. I mean, Trump had sanctions on Iran's oil sales. They were damn near broke. Biden lifted that. They what was it, $90 billion worth of oil they sold last year or something?
Everything this man does nothing but hurt the United States. Well, we're not even going to get onto the border. You know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
All this money to protect other countries' borders, but not a dime for us. It's just unbelievable. All right, my man. That's all I got. I didn't look at the weather tomorrow, Tuesday. I don't even know what it's supposed to be like.
I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. I haven't seen any rain in the forecast the next couple of days. I have to double check on that. We'll do that, Pappy. Yeah, he mentioned Biden's capital gains proposal, which says Biden's 44.6% capital gains tax proposal is a 100-year high, the highest such tax rate in over a century. In his 2025 budget proposal, he outlined plans to elevate the top marginal rate on long-term capital gains and qualified dividends to 44.6%. If enacted, this would surpass any seen in over a century, according to Americans for Tax Reform. The combined federal-state rate would exceed 50% in several states when you factor in state capital gains taxes. For instance, California residents would potentially face a 59% rate. New Jersey, Oregon, Minnesota, and New York confronting rates from 53.4 to 55.3%. Okay? It gets better and better, right? I've got to close things out for another hour as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we'll be rolling into a Monday. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News I'm Tim Berg. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt spent part of his Sunday getting a first-hand look at storm damage following Saturday night's deadly tornadoes. The governor visiting a town about 80 miles southwest of Oklahoma City. At least 2 people, a man and a child, died when another twister hit the small town of Holdenville, Oklahoma. The governor has declared a state of emergency for a dozen counties. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is meeting with Arab leaders in Saudi Arabia amid the ongoing war in Gaza. An Israeli foreign ministry official says Blinken will then visit Israel on Tuesday as talks continue for a potential ceasefire and hostage release deal. Hannah Siegel, whose Uncle Keith is a U.S.-Israeli citizen being held hostage by Hamas, joins CBS's Face the Nation and says she thinks a deal can get done to release more hostages.
I think that now is the moment. I have faith that we can do a deal now, but I also think that if that isn't possible, then the Biden administration should think about what they can do directly to bring our American citizens home.
This as anti-Israel protests are continuing on college campuses across the country. Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, visited Columbia University last week and are calling for the National Guard to be dispatched if the protests are not contained quickly. Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy tells Fox News Sunday most of the people protesting are not trying to incite violence.
We should all speak out, right, when protest crosses a line, when it becomes violent or when there's hate speech. But 95% of the young people who are on these campuses are there because they believe there's a fundamental injustice being perpetrated in Israel, and we should protect their right to peacefully protest.
The NYPD says more than 100 people were arrested at Columbia last week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy is co-sponsoring a bill that aims to strengthen the U.S. trade partnerships with Latin America while lowering reliance on China. On Fox and Friends Weekend, Cassidy says the legislation will reduce migration at the southern border by creating more jobs in Latin American countries, similar to what's happening in Mexico.
The kind of migration from Mexico has kind of evened out. Way back when, it was huge. Now it's evened out because there's jobs in Mexico. Now, by the way, we don't want good jobs to leave the United States to go anywhere else but the United States. But there's some jobs in which labor costs or in which the environmental regulation is such that it just cannot be here.
AI is once again in the spotlight. This time it's how it can be used for good. USA's Jen Gelber explains.
The U.S. government has asked leading artificial intelligence companies for advice on how to use the technology they are creating to defend airlines, utilities, and other critical infrastructure, particularly from AI-powered attacks. The move reflects the U.S. government's close collaboration with the private sector as it scrambles to address both the risks and benefits of AI.
After a short hospital stay on Saturday, Harvey Weinstein was sent back to prison on Sunday. The 72-year-old former Hollywood producer was checked out of Rikers Island on Saturday and taken to a hospital in Manhattan for a thorough exam, but he's now back in prison. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigregmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, so there we go. Welcome into a Monday, the greatest day of the week. All right, Gary in Montgomery is on board. There's Rick in Columbus. Hope you had a good weekend. And good to have all on board. I couldn't help but chuckle. There is a presidential candidate that was actually out on the front lines with these protesters, supporting these protesters on college campuses. That would be the Green Party candidate, Jill Stein. She actually got arrested over the weekend. Now, lest her arrest not get the publicity the campaign wanted, she posted video on her social media platform X. Jill Stein and her campaign manager and deputy campaign manager arrested at Washington University in St. Louis, supporting the protest against Washington U's ties to the war on Gaza. Now, Stein, who could attract some leftist supporters, if you don't think Joe Biden is far enough to the left, she's your person. She's the one. She was among 80 people that were arrested on Saturday. She was charged with assault, booked into the jail just before 7:30 Saturday evening, released about 1:30 a.m. Sunday. I sat a long time alone in a cell. I had no idea. Did anyone even know where I was? I was separated from the group, and I was like, am I going to be here all night? In here for a week? She said she was the victim of assault. I got separated from the rest of the crowd, and actually initially felt like there was a lot of safety in numbers. Then it turned out I was being charged with assault after being assaulted by an officer on a bicycle and basically thrown onto my head. It was all caught on video. It didn't look to me at all like she was separated from the crowd. There was quite the crowd with her. Now, the university said all those arrested will face trespassing charges. Some protesters will face charges of resisting arrest and for assault in connection with injuries sustained by the university police. Now, the protest group wants Washington University, wants the college to drop any charges and suspensions against students protesting against the boycott, or the college. We're here to support the students who are standing up for our highest American values, said Stein, for our democracy and for an end to this genocide, which is unacceptable and a blight on this nation. She says the American people want it stopped. That's what these students are standing up for. So she's actually out there inciting, provoking, encouraging the damn protesters. And she's running for president of this country. Morning, Dan. How the heck are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing, Steve? I was originally going to call, and I will, about President Trump's trial, but this thing about first of all, did Pappy say that Biden wants to make Trump's tax law permanent, or he's going to end it?
It's slated to end sometime next year, 2025, but he's going to end it early. So that's going to pretty much raise all our taxes.
I'll tell you what, you talk about putting a dagger into an already fragile economy. You do that, because there's never been, if you want to, a highlight of President Trump's presidency was that tax code. You realize how all this nonsense got eliminated with the mortgage interest, the limiting the state and local taxes, the home office exemption, because if you're married, what'd you take off, $26,000? I don't know of too many people that can come up with $25,000 or $26,000 in deductions, for a married couple.
Yep.
Now for truckers, are people who are owner-operators that don't run as a corporation, which I would find that to be very risky. They run as a DBA, they file a Schedule C or D, that they itemize all their expenses. But for individuals with W-2 earnings, and to me, that, like I say, that's the smartest thing around. The IRS doesn't like it, because they're little, what I'm saying, they're auditing things. You would have no need to take some of these deductions. And so I wanted to clarify what he said. The other thing was about that paying overtime. Well, I work in the LTL segment, and we're union, and our city drivers, the line haul drivers, get paid by the mile. But the city drivers get paid by the hour, and over 8 hours they get time and a half. But I don't know of too many of the competition, and I'm talking about the mega carrier, the large LTL carriers that pay time and a half. I don't think any of them do. They don't pay overtime. So, and from my standpoint, yeah, I'd like to see the playing field leveled, because what they'll do is they'll work those people. I think they're allowed to work 16 hours a day, and they'll work them 14 or 16 hours a day. And what difference does it make to them? They're not paying any overtime. So but I do think it will very definitely affect. Well, it's bound to affect the bottom line, but it'll be a bigger shakeup than some people may realize if that goes through. And it's the old expression, fish or cut bait. Now's the time the people that want to stand behind people working. I don't know that it would affect people who get paid by the mile. I'm not sure about that, because, over 40 hours, most people who run, they'll run 10, 11 hours a day, who get paid by the mile. But the other thing that I was going to call in about tonight, I'm glad you took my call, I appreciate it, is, I'll be honest with you, Steve, I am very concerned. You look at what President Trump is going through with this case, and he's got the financial resources. But you look at the Harvey Weinstein case, which will play into effect with President Trump, because of that, all these extra people they brought. That's why what Weinstein's case was overthrown. It was because of they brought people in who they didn't have. They weren't their claims about Weinstein were not on trial. So it'd be like, I'm going to bring in a guy against Steve, and I'm going to say Steve stole money or Joe stole money from me, but I'm going to bring in people that will tell me that Joe never pays his bills. Well, that has nothing to do with the case of Joe taking the money from Steve. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's what's going on in the Trump trial. But I really wonder how many people are languishing in jails. It's just, I can't believe that the case has gone this far. But they're languishing in jails because, let's say, you don't have the $50,000 to $100,000 for a criminal defense. And then what happens if you had a public defender? Are you entitled to an appellate, an attorney that deals in appeals? So you know what I'm saying? You're languishing there, and maybe you did have a case. I watch and I read about this Innocence Project, and a lot of people, and I am conservative, go, oh, well, yeah, well, how many people have been set up? Or how many people do they, you know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
I mean, this is an individual that was president of the United States and a very wealthy businessman. And you're sitting there with a BS trial like what's going on in New York or what went on with the original collusion, and we're supposed to trust law enforcement? Are you kidding me, federal law enforcement? For that matter, I'm sure there's some state law enforcement. I look at this situation and I think, okay, Weinstein is, well, he could have died in prison, and the case should have been overturned. Well, how does other people know that hasn't happened to their trials? I mean, you would think the trial judge would know that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And would know that he should have ruled those witnesses as being ineligible, just like the witnesses coming to Trump's thing. They want to show that Trump's an SOB. So we're going to bring everybody in who hates Trump and have them testify. But we won't tell you what the crime is that we want to sentence him to prison for. I'm surprised that it's gone this far. It scares me, because when I start listening to you, how many years have you been on the radio? 20? Over 20?
Over.
I start
yes.
listening. Yeah. I guess the gray hair show for some of the pictures, but 20 years ago, Steve, you and I would have said, well, we trust that our justice system, or at least I did, will be fair.
Yep.
I'm trusting that we have justice in this country. No, I don't trust that anymore. I don't trust it anymore. I mean, how could you possibly? The FBI is out there trying to set people up on charges. I mean, none of this stuff adds up, and they think the American public is so stupid they're not noticing it. And I'll tell you something, if Trump's not reelected, you better be careful, because this dishonesty has worked. It's worked. I mean, I have no doubt that he will get out of this case if he's found guilty. Two of those jurors are lawyers. So I'm a truck driver that pays more attention to this stuff than I really should. But how do you look at something like this? Unless Trump files, unless his attorneys go to the federal court and say you need to end this case, it's not going to go nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, he could be convicted of it, and they'll say, okay, now you got to file an appeal and you got to pay the penalty, and then you'll languish, and you say, well, he won't go to jail. Well, that's what they'll ask. I mean, this judge alone has contributed. I mean, his daughter has raised $100 million for the Democratic Party. He's also, in New York, a lot of the jury pool would have been Orthodox Jews. Well, in New York, and I didn't know this, but in New York, they normally take Wednesday off. But now they take Friday off. The courts take Friday off. Well, because Orthodox Jews have to be off work by 1 or noon or 1 o'clock on Friday, well, they can't serve on the jury.
I wasn't aware of that, Dan. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but I guess that's they can't the religious beliefs, right?
Right. An Orthodox Jew has to be. I live by several of them in St. Louis, and you'll see them walking after 1 o'clock, but you won't see them driving. I mean, I'm not criticizing it,
right.
But you know what I mean.
Sure.
But you'll see that, but that's what they said was this judge did not, instead of taking Friday off as most courts do, up there, so you can get a jury pool that would allow for an Orthodox Jew to be on it. Well, he didn't do that. He said that we're going to go to court on Friday and take Wednesdays off. And if he'd have taken the normal Friday off, President Trump could have attended his son's graduation.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you just look at what's going on, and I mean, and again, this is a defendant who not only was president of the United States, but he's got the financial means to fight this to a point. But what happens to Joe Blow, the regular everyday citizen? I mean, we had a prosecutor here. You maybe remember the name Kim Gardner, and I'm starting to think she had some very good points on some of these people that she petitioned to get out of prison. And I just feel that way. I mean, if we can't trust the justice system who could take your freedom away and your property away, then what the hell can you trust? This judge is from Argentina. That's the way people in Argentina, they go after their enemies. And they won't. And by the way, also, I found out, I mean, I listened to this on your old show, Willie, that his lawyers cannot present any information to state that the Federal Elections Commission and the U.S. Attorney said there was no crime here. The judge says you can't bring those type of... I mean, where in the hell does something like this come about? And as I said before, if you didn't like Trump, you still, if you want any semblance of of what America was known for, then I mean, if he's not elected, I don't know where we go.
Yeah, and then they've got the gag order on him. Everybody and their brother can say what they want about him, but he can't respond.
Yeah, I mean, and see, my thought was, oh, okay, if something would ever happen, we'll go to the court, or nobody's looking out for you. You asked Harvey Weinstein that. And I don't have any doubt that this guy did, or whatever the hell happened on the, the casting room or whatever you call it. But you ask him, he languished in prison for 6 years. For 6 years, he went rest. Yeah, they had to take him to a hospital because he's in such bad health. And I don't know. I don't even know whether to trust the charges against him. You understand what I'm saying? I never will forget when I paid attention a little bit to the case, because the guy's kind of creepy looking.
Yep.
But when I paid attention to the case, he said, I always thought it was consensual between me and these women. Well, I guess they didn't think that. You don't understand what I'm saying? And they waited several years to file the charges. Again, I don't want to get off on that, but there's a guy that also had resources that languished in prison for 6 years. So what do you think's going to happen to everyday guy that gets racked up on some charges? I sit there and I look at it, and it's not just President Trump, because I know in the end that this will go like it's going with this. You know, every time Trump gets to another court, like you can't be on the ballot, everybody knows that's BS. But, well, the Supreme Court says, and wasn't that 9-0? I think that was 9-0, that you can't keep him off the ballot. So I just, and if America elects Joe Biden, they deserve everything they get. And you'll have people criticize me and everything else. But if you are dumb enough or evil enough to elect that guy a second time, you had full-ass warning of what a absolute evil person he is. And you deserve it. And that's just the way that I look at it. And I, as I've said to you before, sir, I am not. I mean, it's easy to sit there and say this is what America's about. This country's got, it's got a day of reckoning coming with that clown running it, and the people that are there in, you know what I'm saying, that are backing him.
Yep.
I mean, I feel sorry for our children and our grandchildren and children to come. That's if we're still allowed to have children. And it's a sad ass day, but I was always of the belief, you know, I'd always believe an FBI agent. You know, if I was ever called on a case and the people versus so and so, and an FBI agent said, yeah, this person did it. Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm not going to be responsible for ruining somebody's life over some lie they may or may not have told, and that's where this is getting to be, and I do think that's why Trump is up in the polls. Did you say 6%, or did you say he was up 6% in CNN?
There was it was not 9%, you know, according to the CNN.
It's 9%.
That's what
yes,
it said.
It's 9%. 9% when you add in. Well, see, they're trying to downplay that. They're saying it's 6% without RFK.
Okay.
Well, it's 9% because it's like saying, well, the guy's not going to show up for the race. No, he'll be there at the race, and he's getting on states every week. So, you know, it's some more of them trying to downplay things. And the biggest, you know, the biggest enemies that we have as people that love this country and love our families are these Republicans that are sitting there trying to sabotage President Trump's third run for office. That's our biggest enemies. And I'm talking about the Wall Street Journal. I'm talking about Karl Rove. I'm talking about Fox News, Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan. The people that, if it's not Trump, I think that, what's the minister, the gentleman from down there in Mobile that calls in?
Brother Rambler.
Rambler. I'm like him. I'm not voting. Or either he's not voting or he's voting for RFK. But if it wouldn't be Trump on the Republican side, I'm not voting. And that's the way I look at it. We have to do like the Democrats, Steve, which is be willing to take the heat to get the people that really are going to do what they say they're going to do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that what their goals are admirable, but you're either online
or yep. And I got to get to my break here. Roll it into a Monday. Back after this.
USA News Update. new Biden administration pollution regulations released last week will make it more expensive for energy companies to keep burning coal. The climate rule will require power companies to cut carbon dioxide emissions from coal power plants by 90% if they intend to operate past 2039. The EPA also issued separate regulations governing coal plants' hazardous air pollution, wastewater, and toxic ash waste. Altogether, those rules are widely expected to accelerate coal-fired power plant retirements if the regulations survive their inevitable court challenges. Gas prices have risen slightly as the weekend approached. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.66, up 1 cent from yesterday. Drivers are paying 13 cents more than they were a week ago, with the lowest pump prices in Mississippi at $3.08 a gallon. USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
All right, back to your calls here just ahead. Let's jump over to truck parking. A firm that I'm not really familiar with, Outpost, formerly known as Semi-Stow. And they tell us trying to redefine parking services for truckers with a new model that the co-founder says will add a level of consistency not found through its competitors. About 90% of the nation's more than 300,000 truck parking spaces are provided by the private sector. With the truck parking crisis continuing to cause problems for the industry and the motoring public, entrepreneurs like Trent Cameron recognize the important role private parking facilities have in solving the problems. And he says investors are starting to see the values. It was astonishing to me to see that there was a ton of government-funded research pretty much across every state talked about the big truck parking problem. Then you have drivers raising their hands saying, this is the biggest issue we face. Yeah, I looked for anybody that was trying to play a role in solving the problem, private and public companies, and there was no one making a meaningful impact on this problem. Outpost recently received $12.5 million in Series A funding to expand their network of truck parking facilities. That injection is combined with a $500 million industrial outdoor storage investment portfolio launched by Greenpoint, which is an investment firm. This is going to go toward building a larger network of truck parking facilities owned by Outpost. Right now, they own and manage 18 facilities offering more than 8,000 spaces, heavily concentrated in Texas, the Southwest, and the Midwest. He plans to double that footprint this year. So that's a lot of additional parking. In addition to the 18 facilities owned and managed by Outpost, the company also offers parking at 20 other facilities that are managed through third parties through a partnership. In other words, Outpost acts more like a brokerage for parking, a business model that's more typical of other truck parking services. All right, let me see here. Would that be Vic on a Monday, I do believe?
Yeah, this is me. Yeah, I hope you didn't come to me before. I did a lot of work this weekend. I took some antihistamines. I kind of nodded off there. So if I did, I apologize. But anyway, real quick, I heard Bill talking about his baby boomer thing there. All I can say is just consider the source. And that pretty much explained it all.
Right.
But whenever you were talking about the protest and all that, well, in 1965, they did away with the Subversive Control Act and also the House Un-American Activities Committee. And that's when all the Vietnam protests started going viral, I guess you'd say in today's vernacular. And all of those people should have been able to have been prosecuted under that. And the Subversive Control Act there, if anybody enlisted back during that time of the baby boomers or drafted or whatever, they'd have like 2 whole pages of groups you couldn't belong to or shouldn't belong to, or the Defense Department wanted to know about it. And then you come along here today, I don't understand how ignorant, supposedly highly educated people could be about this whole situation between Israel and the Arab nations and the Persian nation, Iran. And anybody that has studied anything of history, surely they studied the Holocaust in Nazi Germany. And I seen a thing tonight, I forget who it was, they were rattling on about, how that the Israelis were Nazis and everything else. And I thought, how in the world could anyone, I don't understand how they could even use that terminology. And then they were saying that these white supremacists and everything, and that's what the Jewish people were, and they should be destroyed. And it's like, again, the Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist organizations, they were very anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, along with being anti-black. So I don't know how they were so severely indoctrinated to not actually study the real history. And the Jewish people have been fighting this thing since the beginning of time, from one group or another. I think that the people they now call Palestinians actually originated as Philistines. You know, you heard the story of David and Goliath, and Goliath was helping the Philistines. And, you know, I like I said, and I even have a harder time understanding some of the Jewish people, because used to, whenever the Jewish people finished their time in public school, they had to go to some type of a Yiddish school after school. So they were highly educated. But like I said, I really have to wonder a little bit. I think Schumer made some comment, something about the Israelis or Benjamin Netanyahu, and I think that was more just a personal feud against him. But anyway, the whole thing about all this, and you're talking about the court cases and all that, I don't. We're not headed in. The United States is not headed in a good direction at this time. It seems like our rules of evidence are just totally blowing out the window. It's whatever you decide to make it up. And I know most of the time, all laws had to comport with the U.S. Constitution, and whatever state you're in, they had a state constitution, and it went on down, and everybody had to make sure that the laws, like the legislator passed, agreed with that. And I'm not really sure after 2020 and all these emergency directives and everything else, I'm not really sure. It's just kind of like, well, whatever we could come up with, and the deal with Trump and this E. Jean Carroll, you know, it's like, well, I know he assaulted me. I just can't remember when or how or what or anything else. And I'm thinking, you were in a high-dollar store, and you're going to tell me that the women and men were in the same dressing room area? I don't know. Maybe they've changed that much, but most of the high-dollar stores I went into, they had the women's sections and the men's section.
Yep.
And the dressing rooms were highly separated. So I don't know, but that was, you know, the whole thing I was thinking about. And kind of again with the Floridians, I seen something today, or well, yesterday, I guess it is now, that totally surprised me. They actually have dogs in the Florida Everglades that the only thing they will hunt is Burmese python, and it just kind of flabbergasted me. I don't know if those dogs have armor on them or whatever. It just, maybe somebody from Florida could, you know, kind of expand on that, but I don't know if it's their hunting season or what. But those Burmese pythons pretty much ruined the Florida Everglades. And the reason I mention this is the government can get totally stupid with some of the regulations. They don't let the hunters they're in the Florida Everglades, in the national park part of it. They can't carry a gun in the Everglades to get rid of the pythons or any of the basic species, because you're not allowed to have a firearm inside a national park. And it's like, you have an emergency situation. So, where are they coming from for that? And whenever I was mentioning about some of the stuff I was doing over the weekend there, you brought up these worm snakes or whatever, and I didn't realize that they ate earthworms. And I wondered where all my earthworms went, and my soil was getting as hard as concrete. So anyway, I know that I had a few of those, so I guess all my earthworms went bye-bye. But anyway, well, back to what I really wanted to talk about. You mentioned the Green New Deal, or that Green Party thing.
Yes.
Did you get the email I sent you about how this thing really started with Israel and Hamas over the large gas fields?
Yes,
that they found.
I did.
Over there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they're fighting over oil to some extent?
Right. And the deal was that Israel gave Gaza the control of that oil field, and they had an agreement with British Petroleum. Well, apparently the one I sent you, the dateline on that was back in September of 2022. And best I can figure out, Gaza does not want to abide by that agreement. They want total control of all the money they make off of that. Now, I don't know if the British Petroleum Agreement still stands or not. I'll have to do further research on that. But what struck me as odd is that just expresses the ignorance of all these people out there protesting. The college students are all in on the Green New Deal and all this other stuff. But what they're really supporting is Gaza wants to be able to drill for natural gas and sell natural gas, and they want all the money going into their pockets. And who knows what Hamas will be spending that money on. And I don't know why, because our State Department was in on all this stuff and studied this. But like you mentioned with the Trump trial, nobody ever comes out and tells the whole story anymore. And that's really the main reason why we're over there worrying over this stuff with Gaza. And I believe that's why Israel's fighting so hard to make sure that these terrorist organizations, they've already enriched Iran. And after a while, these terrorist organizations are going to be even richer, and their leaders, they're not even taking part in the fight. They're sitting over there in Qatar managing who knows how much money. And, you know, here in this country, why we are allowing people like George Soros and others to fund all these organizations, I guess it goes back to whenever they did away with the Subversive Control Act, because at one time they could have went after George Soros tooth and nail for supporting a subversive organization. But that whole, it was called the McCarran Act, or U.S. Code 50. They've just totally done away with that due to a lawsuit that was brought by ACLU back in 1965, and they said somehow that was being mean to the communists, and that didn't comport with the U.S. Constitution. So that was the beginning of the unraveling of the whole U.S. laws and everything. I couldn't help but think that there was a connection between right after that lawsuit and they got their way. That was when things really started cranking up in Vietnam. And then whenever it was all said and done, I'm not picking on Jimmy Carter, but I have to blame him a little bit, because he came out after all those people were arrested for protesting and gave them blanket amnesty, those that went to Canada and everything else. And those are the people that came back to the United States and was probably pretty well indoctrinated the next two generations. So those of us baby boomers that grew up in the 50s, everything was a communist plot, but we did have laws to make sure that people that were hostile to the United States could be prosecuted. And whenever that passed, well, then whenever they did away with all those laws, that's why, I don't know about other people, but that's why with me, that's why I get so confused as to, you know, what have these people been taught? How did this all come about?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure it's been a pretty long-winded organization there, process, I should say, because then that's the other thing, too, that whenever Putin talking about going nuclear, they used to have schools in the Soviet Union that taught people how to organize protests and everything. And there were some American citizens that attended that went on to high politics. And I would imagine that he's sitting there on top of some records that he pretty well understands that American politicians don't want coming forward. I'm sure China has some and everything else. And that's, and again, all of these organizations, it takes money to do stuff, and somehow they are getting an awful lot of money, and that would never ever happen, you know, back whenever I grew up. But just real quick on this whole deal with China, China's been buying up these bonds, and if the Federal Reserve lower the interest rate, the bonds that they're holding with higher interest rates, they will immediately be worth a whole lot more. And China right now needs the money, and they've done some funny things in the grain market that's caused me to miss out on some money than actually lose a lot of money. But they claimed they were going to take grain last fall, and it kind of turned everything around. And then all of a sudden now it's time to take delivery. We had the right, China said, well, we had the right to cancel, so we're canceling delivery. But it already did the damage back there in October and November. So China is doing anything they can to generate income, because there are several things. You've heard about the real estate thing basically collapsing in China. They have people that their abortion policy, they don't have enough people to do everything. They're not paying taxes or, contributing to the economy. So all I can say is, even on this oil thing, back to that, see, China will be able to buy their energy from all these terrorist organizations like Hamas and everything, and just evade U.S. sanctions. And that's why China is all in on this BRIC thing, to have their own currency. So,
wow.
It all just comes back. Like you say, follow the money. You start following the money, a lot of things will start becoming to the opening. And I can't believe that Biden, although I think he kind of lost it, but I can't believe all the rest of the people in his administration are that ignorant or anything else of what's going on. Because,
I'd say we say it's intentional. Intentional. All right, Vic, have a great Monday, and we'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, in the Hoosier State, over in Vic's neck of the woods, State Police K-9 is getting a new protective vest. According to the press release, K-9 Daisy will receive a vest designed to help keep dogs protected during shootings and stabbings. State Police reported that Vested Interest is the name of the organization. Vested Interest in Canines Incorporated. The protective equipment expected to be delivered in 8 to 10 weeks. But I had no idea the cost of this sort of equipment. Vested Interest in Canines was established in 2009. The charity's mission is to provide protective vests to law enforcement dogs all over the country. The body armor that the charity donates is made in the U.S., custom fitted, and National Institute of Justice certified, per ISP, State Police. Vested Interest in Canines has provided more than 5,514 vests to canines all over the country. The cost of the vests donated to date is estimated at about $6.9 million. Now, they say vested interest in K9's program is open to U.S. dogs that are at least 20 months old, actively employed with a certified law enforcement agency. Canines with expired vests are also eligible for the program. But listen to the numbers. Per the release, vested interest in canines accepts tax-deductible contributions in any amount. A single donation of $985 will sponsor one vest. Each vest has a value of $1,800, weighs about 4 or 5 pounds, and comes with a 5-year warranty. But a canine dog vest, $1,800? Wow. All right, as we roll toward news break, we start the new week right on the heels of a violent weekend weather-wise, as we had shared earlier. The latest death toll out of Oklahoma is now at 4 fatalities, with the second day of an outbreak that started Friday. Friday was primarily Nebraska, Iowa. Saturday, Oklahoma came into play big time. As we start the new week, though, into the upcoming day, the risk of tornadic activity really begins to drop off, they tell us. We will see some energy swinging across southern Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and southwestern Tennessee. From later today on into Monday evening, there will still be some risk for severe weather, they tell us. But the bigger concern today is going to be more along the lines of flooding, torrential rains, with many, all weekend long, these storms were just what they call training over the same areas, round after round. Today, Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans to Mobile, Alabama will fall within that hazard zone. Yes, some of these storms will reach the coastal areas like New Orleans by later Monday afternoon on into evening. As areas from Omaha and Des Moines to Oklahoma City recover and cleanup efforts continue from the severe weather from Friday into Saturday, forecasters are already cautioning and another day containing risk will arise in that region, probably starting again as early as Tuesday of this week. They just can't catch a break for the moment. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Tim Berg. Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt spent part of his Sunday getting a first-hand look at storm damage following Saturday night's deadly tornadoes. The governor visiting a town about 80 miles southwest of Oklahoma City. At least 2 people, a man and a child, died when another twister hit the small town of Holdenville, Oklahoma. The governor has declared a state of emergency for a dozen counties. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is meeting with Arab leaders in Saudi Arabia amid the ongoing war in Gaza. An Israeli foreign ministry official says Blinken will then visit Israel on Tuesday as talks continue for a potential ceasefire and hostage release deal. Hannah Siegel, whose Uncle Keith is a U.S.-Israeli citizen being held hostage by Hamas, joins CBS's Face the Nation and says she thinks a deal can get done to release more hostages.
I think that now is the moment. I have faith that we can do a deal now, but I also think that if that isn't possible, then the Biden administration should think about what they can do directly to bring our American citizens home.
This as anti-Israel protests are continuing on college campuses across the country. Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, visited Columbia University last week and are calling for the National Guard to be dispatched if the protests are not contained quickly. Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy tells Fox News Sunday most of the people protesting are not trying to incite violence.
We should all speak out, right, when protest crosses a line, when it becomes violent or when there's hate speech. But 95% of the young people who are on these campuses are there because they believe there's a fundamental injustice being perpetrated in Israel, and we should protect their right to peacefully protest.
The NYPD says more than 100 people were arrested at Columbia last week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy is co-sponsoring a bill that aims to strengthen the U.S. trade partnerships with Latin America while lowering reliance on China. On Fox and Friends Weekend, Cassidy says the legislation will reduce migration at the southern border by creating more jobs in Latin American countries, similar to what's happening in Mexico.
The kind of migration from Mexico has kind of evened out. Way back when, it was huge. Now it's evened out because there's jobs in Mexico. Now, by the way, we don't want good jobs to leave the United States to go anywhere else but the United States. But there's some jobs in which labor costs or in which the environmental regulation is such that it just cannot be here.
AI is once again in the spotlight. This time it's how it can be used for good. USA's Jen Gelber explains.
The U.S. government has asked leading artificial intelligence companies for advice on how to use the technology they are creating to defend airlines, utilities, and other critical infrastructure, particularly from AI-powered attacks. The move reflects the U.S. government's close collaboration with the private sector as it scrambles to address both the risks and benefits of AI.
After a short hospital stay on Saturday, Harvey Weinstein was sent back to prison on Sunday. The 72-year-old former Hollywood producer was checked out of Rikers Island on Saturday and taken to a hospital in Manhattan for a thorough exam, but he's now back in prison. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we get our final hour underway here on a Monday, police are searching for, they use the word scruffy, a scruffy truck driver after he rear-ended a car in Ohio last week. The hit-and-run accident a little after 9 o'clock in the evening on I-71 in Montville, Ohio. The Montville police reports that the red truck was hauling a lowboy trailer west when it rear-ended a vehicle. Nobody was hurt, but the impact caused what they describe as notable damage to the second vehicle. After stopping briefly to examine his truck, the driver then just hopped back in and fled south on 71, actually blacking out all the lights on his truck. They did, I guess they get some camera footage off the interstate cams. The red truck is outfitted with many unique and distinctive red and amber lights. The driver, described as 5'8 to 5'10", white male, 50 to 60 years old, with a scruffy white goatee. So they got a pretty good description, and yes, that truck. So they were posting the photo. Anybody who recognizes the semi is urged to notify police. Meanwhile, a bit earlier, I think it was Knucklebuster brought up the update on the milk around the country, which it doesn't seem to be getting a whole lot of mainstream coverage at this point, but the latest over the weekend was the nationwide survey. They tell us found traces of the bird flu virus in 1 in 5 retail samples of pasteurized milk. The update came out Thursday in the online update. That finding traces of the virus doesn't mean the live virus has got into the milk supply. The retail milk studies have shown no results, they say, that would change our assessment that the commercial milk supply is safe. But finding traces of the virus in 20% of the milk samples obviously indicates the bird flu outbreak in the dairy cows is much more widespread than they first thought. So, 20% of the samples all over the country. All right, the number does seem high if the number of infected farms is indeed, so only 30-odd number of farms. Richard Webby, a Ph.D. virologist and influenza expert at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, says clearly there are more infected animals out there that are being reported. The Department of Agriculture also said as of Thursday that bird flu had been found in 33 dairy herds in at least 8 states. So the update noted a higher level of positive tests came back from milk in areas with infected herds of dairy cows. They did not say exactly how many samples had actually been tested. All that after the FDA initially announced Tuesday of last week that the traces of the virus were detected in pasteurized milk. At the time, they said the nation's milk supply is safe due to the pasteurization process. And in the cases where they do know of infected herds, dairy herds, they're supposedly destroying the milk from sick cows, destroying. Now, as also last week, they said that they're now going to require all cows moved across state lines to be tested for the bird flu. So that is a bit of a change there. Obviously, undoubtedly, they're doing a lot of testing out there. And then they broke down what are our options. Yeah, you've got the cow's milk, the skim milk, the 1% and 2%, the whole milk. They break down they said it's all good for us. Calcium, vitamin D, potassium. Yeah, the grocery stores have more options than ever, they say, including plant, nut, and seed versions of milk that you may have never even heard of. Okay, so I've heard of the almond milk, right, and the soy milk. There's actually supposedly rice milk, cashew milk, okay, macadamia milk, coconut milk, hemp seed milk, flaxseed milk. You've got all kinds of different choices. Again, the pasteurization process, they're still doing testing because they did say there was a tad bit of uncertainty. They don't think there's any risk of passing the bird flu on to us for consuming the milk that's been pasteurized. But they did explicitly warn, even prior to Tuesday's announcement, for people that work on dairies, or maybe you have your own, you got your own cows, you milk your own cows, and you drink that unpasteurized milk, fresh, nothing like milk fresh from the cow, right? They did advise, don't do that. All right, we got Scarecrow. What's happening out there?
Well, it's kind of intriguing, Steve. Your news reports are constantly talking about Holmanville. Well, just by coincidence, kind of almost a play on words here, but it gets my attention. We kind of tongue-in-cheek refer to our hometown of Holman, Wisconsin as Holmanville once in a while. So, yeah, it just jumps right out at me there. So I'm on the downhill slide of the best day of the week, huh?
That would be
leave
correct.
Anything to look forward to tomorrow, Steve, other than overnight drive? Is the rest of the day going to be just a wash?
I think, once you get through Monday, that's when you start. Every day is one day closer to the weekend.
Oh, yeah, there's that angle. There's that angle. Okay, we got something to put in the bag then. Oh, I know we're forever going to be talking about this protesting on the campuses and such. Something that caught my eye, it was last week during one of the news clips there, Steve, and it doesn't matter which university it was at. And we've talked about all the tents and the awnings, they're all all came out of the same store, and somebody made the investment there. Something that grabbed my attention was it looked like shipping totes. They were stacked up neat and orderly. There must have been a dozen of them, double stacked. My thoughts are, it would have taken a forklift to get the second tier where it was. Now, there are security cameras anywhere and everywhere, on campus, no doubt. There has to be some footage somewhere that, of a delivery truck or such dropping those off, wouldn't there be? And we don't hear anything of, the preliminaries, so to speak.
Yeah.
Much like, you remember the riots a couple years back when there was pallets of bricks and such, found, set in place along the streets, and certainly there has to be some way of tracking, where this material was originally delivered from, and so there's a paper trail, so to speak, the money trail. But no, that, like I say, that caught my attention there. I've wondered about it since. Now, is Knucklebuster called in the second time yet tonight?
We have not yet heard from him. No, sir.
Okay, I have to believe he'll call in. Maybe he will if he hadn't planned on it. Knucklebuster, you'd said Tennessee's phone took a dump over the weekend, I believe. Was it maybe Saturday? And was it an Android? Steve, the reason I ask, and I will throw this out to any other listeners out there with Androids, did anybody else have problems? My sister-in-law called on her house phone yesterday, Steve, and was asking me about troubleshooting her Android. Well, I know how to turn the phone on and off to reboot, but beyond that, I'm not a troubleshooter, and much less with a Droid. But I believe she said this was Saturday, so that hers, she could no longer call, she couldn't receive calls, she couldn't receive texts, and this is a phone that has never had any downloads. There was a message that came up. She was out of room or out of space. She needed to, eliminate, some downloads or such. Well, this phone has never been, altered or such. The apps that are on the phone are what would have been there when she bought it. Now it's. I mean, what she says it's an old.
What you described sounds almost exactly like what he said Tennessee's phone did.
Well, that's exactly why I want to hear it. Hear it from him firsthand again. And that's why I'm throwing it out there. Is there something else going on here? Was there an upgrade that these phones weren't able to handle, or it just seemed like more than a coincidence if her phone is an Android. So that Knucklebuster, if you're copying this, I'd appreciate a comeback on that, just to hear where that might be taking us. She was gonna take it to the Verizon store today and see if they could do something with it, but she says she's due for a new phone anyway. But if it is more than just coincidence, we talk about things being intentional at times to make things obsolete. Well, I'm just throwing that one out there, Steve. The rest of it, I'm going to leave that alone till Friday. I think it's better suited. So that's all I had at the moment here. We'll free it up, sir, so I get a few more calls there and be waiting on you there, Knucklebuster. Thanks, Steve.
Okay. Now, I did a quick search, and I guess there are folks that kind of run into these problems now and again. Reasons why Androids stop making or receiving calls. They says the causes are usually pretty simple. You might be in a dead zone. Airplane mode could be on. You might not have paid your bill up. Malware could be wreaking havoc, or a software issue may be at play. But they list some of the top reasons. Obviously, make sure airplane mode is not on. Check that mobile data is enabled. It's always a good idea to turn it off, restart your phone. If none of those first problems are the issue, check for malware. Now, how would you do that? Sometimes malware hits Android phones. There's a few steps you can take to remove malicious apps, and rebooting your phone in safe mode is an excellent way to identify issues. You could then perform a factory test. A hard reset can take care of issues that a simple restart doesn't. But you have to back up important data before you do that. I think that just resets everything. Factory reset kind of wipes your phone clean, right? And last thing they said, contact the manufacturer. If all else fails, find out if it's worth repairing or how to get a replacement. If you can, bring your phone to the local store and let a tech do a little bit of troubleshooting. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So it sounds like it was just a simple mistake. Yeah, we all make mistakes from time to time, right? But you got to be careful when you travel to foreign countries. You got to know the rules, the laws, the regulations. We've heard that so many times, people traveling to places like the Middle East, right? An American man's dream vacation has turned into a nightmare. He's now facing 12 years in a Turks and Caicos prison after 4 rounds of hunting ammo were found in his luggage. Is that a big deal? 40-year-old Wyan Watson was looking for rest and relaxation when he went on a tropical vacation with his wife to the Caribbean island Turks and Caicos. Yeah, he now says he's been subjected to terrifying interrogation and exorbitant living fees after Turks and Caicos authorities discovered 4 rounds of hunting ammo in his luggage. Yeah, they traveled to Turks and Caicos early April to celebrate his 40th birthday, or a friend's. On April 12, security at the Howard Hamilton International Airport found 4 rounds of ammo unknowingly left in a duffel bag from a deer hunting trip he had recently taken. The couple from Oklahoma were able to get through security with the ammo at their local Will Rogers World Airport. Now, the TSA is looking at the protocols to know how that was able to sneak through their security. TSA is conducting a review at OKC, the originating airport. But he and his wife were both charged with possession of ammunition, which is a charge that carries a minimum 12 years in prison in Turks and Caicos. Are you kidding me? He said he and his wife were subjected to terrifying interrogation after his arrest. It was all pretty intimidating. The wife says, when I heard that, I immediately was terrified because I was like, we can't both be in prison for 12. We've got kids at home. And this is such an innocent mistake. We didn't even know. We didn't even know it was in there. So, yeah, my immediate thought was our kids and them being, parentless for a long time. Ultimately, the charges were dropped against her. She has since returned to Oklahoma, but he has not. Oklahoma's governor is even getting involved, sending a letter to Turks and Caicos government in an attempt to vouch for the guy. Yeah, like many in Oklahoma, Mr. Watson is an avid outdoorsman. We learned to safely use and transport firearms from a young age. To the extent he possessed ammunition, it would have been due to an inadvertent oversight, not an intentional attempt to break the law. After spending nearly 2 weeks in detention, he's paid a $15,000 bond to get out of jail to the Royal Turks and Caicos Islands Police Force. But his release has conditions: surrendering his passport, not being able to leave the country. He has to check in with local authorities. He's forced to reside in Turks and Caicos, which is very costly. He said he's been staying at a $500 a night Airbnb with the financial assistance of his in-laws. Apparently, they have set up a GoFundMe page for him, and he's raised nearly $120,000 for the family to assist with legal fees and money for his living conditions there. But just four little rounds of ammo. 12 years. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get back with Daryl in Fairfield coming up here. And it looks like Knucklebuster, he can fill us in. As I mentioned, I did a quick search. I didn't really find anything more about any sort of a nationwide issue with Android phones over the weekend. So who knows? But I got the Android, and I didn't have any issues. We'll come back with more on that. Several other interesting stories on a back-to-work Monday, and, of course, we'll get a check of our travelers' weather, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions, as we get a brand-new week underway. Hope you had a good weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. New Biden administration pollution regulations released last week will make it more expensive for energy companies to keep burning coal. The climate rule will require power companies to cut carbon dioxide emissions from coal power plants by 90% if they intend to operate past 2039. The EPA also issued separate regulations governing coal plants' hazardous air pollution, wastewater, and toxic ash waste. Altogether, those rules are widely expected to accelerate coal-fired power plant retirements if the regulations survive their inevitable court challenges. Gas prices have risen slightly as the weekend approached. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is $3.66, up 1 cent from yesterday. Drivers are paying 13 cents more than they were a week ago, with the lowest pump prices in Mississippi at $3.08 a gallon. USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
A little bit earlier in our conversation with Vic, he brought up the the whole oil and gas. How many wars have we seen fought over oil and gas on this planet? Now, obviously, the story's going back well before Hamas ever pulled their October 7th attack on Israel, which has resulted in the obliteration of Hamas, the death and the destruction, and now leading to the protests we all see happening here and elsewhere around the world. But going through this, I say, why in the hell would Hamas have made that move in October of 2023 when they were literally on the cusp of something possibly big and something good for them and the people? Maybe I'm missing something, but obviously, like I said, going back in time, this report from the Washington Post said Europe's race to secure alternatives to Russian energy supplies is reviving a long-forsaken Palestinian initiative to extract natural gas off the coast of the blockaded Gaza Strip. Palestinian officials that were in rapidly advancing negotiation with Egyptian investors that was bringing a glimmer of hope to Palestinians after plans to develop Gaza's gas, along with the plans for the creation of a Palestinian state. It was all sidelined by more than 2 decades of grinding conflict with Israel and equally intractable Palestinian political divisions. The $1.4 billion project would be finalized by February of 2023 and may launch gas production by March of 24. That would have been here just, last month? It'll be a high-stakes collaboration among the Palestinian Authority, Egypt, Israel, and Hamas, the Islamist militant group that rules the Gaza Strip. Of course, Hamas and Israel have engaged in 4 devastating wars in the Gaza Strip, and both of them would have needed to at least tacitly been on board. The multilateral partnership would also, industry and political analysts say, throw a lifeline to the cash-strapped, deeply unpopular Palestinian Authority, based in the West Bank, and for the past 15 years held no authority in the Gaza Strip. The Ramallah-based authority sees Gaza's gas reserve as a pillar to improving their financial plans. We've been waiting for this development and the prosperity that comes with it, they said at the time. The Egyptian-led project would contribute to strengthening Palestinian national independence, according to a February of 2021 memorandum of understanding between the Palestinian Investment Fund and Egyptian Natural Gas Holding Company, which is an Egyptian consortium of investors. Since first discovered by British Gas in 1999, Gaza's natural gas, estimated to be 1 trillion cubic feet, has been mired in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and locked below the sea. Remember, going all the way back to the year 2000, a day after the then Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat hailed the gas discovery as a gift from God. The Palestinians' second intifada, or uprising, erupted. Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon at the time halted the project, warning that the profits could be channeled to Hamas and other militant groups. So again, 20 years. So 20 years after the fact, and I'm assuming it was the Russian invasion of Ukraine that was bringing this possibility back to Palestine. But that sure as hell is all bets off after what they did on October 7th. That Israel didn't start it on October 7th last year. Hamas did. Again, things that I just, some things you just may never understand. But all right, let's see what's happening with Daryl this morning. Happy Monday. Greatest day of the week, Daryl.
Yes, sir. How's the family and how's Stryker doing?
Everybody doing well. I did get, young Steven gave us a call. It would have been Saturday night, Sunday morning, and he was doing a little video chat with us, and you had Stryker out there. Stryker looking good.
Great. We need to get the bad guys off the street. You were right on your weather forecast there over the tornadoes over the weekend that hit Iowa and Nebraska.
That was bad.
Have you ever been in a hurricane, a tornado?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, we had some pretty close calls. We think one was nearby, but no, I've never actually been in one. No.
I was in one in 1947. It hit our house and picked it up and set it down on the ground. Didn't destroy it, but it pushed a 39 International truck dual wheel. It was in Granny Low. It pushed it forward 3 feet because we saw the skid marks behind the dual wheel tires.
Wow.
And my dad was trying to drive a 20-penny nail in the back door with a flat iron. And I mean, when they say it sounds like a freight train, it sounds like a freight train. It scares the pants off of you.
No doubt.
I'm having that Android trouble people are talking about when I try to flip on your overnight show that I've listened to for the last 5 years. A radio station wants me to install an app.
Yeah, just disregard that. That's just don't worry about that. It'll be back up and running here in a few weeks.
I listened to you on Facebook last night.
Okay.
And I'll get out of here before Knuckle Buster tries to run over me with that big truck. And enjoy your show. And you were right on the weather forecast about the tornadoes. And I have always enjoyed your weather forecast at the beginning of your show each night.
Well, thank you very much. And you can thank the folks at AccuWeather, because that's where I get most of my info. AccuWeather, Weather Channel. Of course, when it comes to the live stuff, as we follow the severe updates through the overnight hours, that's where we follow the actual warnings and watches from the National Weather Service around the country. A lot lesser risk of tornadic activity here for your back-to-work Monday. Can't rule out an isolated tornado or two, but I couldn't help but chuckle at this one. I don't know. Things not looking the greatest for the current sitting president come November. Presumptive Republican presidential nominee Trump calls President Joe Biden the worst president in history. Well, now there's a new polling data that backs that up. Biden rates as the least popular president in the 70-year history of the data, according to the latest Gallup poll results released over the weekend, trumping the previously lowest-rated presidencies of Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush, and Richard Nixon. With about 6 months before Election Day, Biden stands in a weaker position than any prior incumbent, and thus faces a taller task than they did in getting reelected. According to the Bottom Line Analysis, the poll reviewed the historical 13th quarter approval ratings. That's the first quarter of the first 4-year term of each presidency dating back to 1956. Finding Biden's first-term average approval rating of 38.7 to be the lowest of all the first terms. From a broader historical perspective, Biden's most recent quarterly average ranks 277th out of 314 presidential quarters in Gallup records dating back to 1945. That puts it in the bottom 12% of all presidential quarters. The worst 13th quarter first-term presidential approving rating averages. Joe tops the list now, 38.7%. Now, prior to this, George H.W. Bush was on top at 41.8%. Barack Obama, 45.9%. Donald Trump, 46.8%. Jimmy Carter, 47.7%. George W. Bush at 51%. Bill Clinton was at 53%. Richard Nixon, 53.7%. Ronald Reagan, 54.5%. And Dwight D. Eisenhower, 73.2%. Now, they didn't analyze data before the Eisenhower administration, they say. Yeah, among those four that had sub 50% majority approval, only Obama won re-election for a second term. You see, it doesn't look well. Just 2% of Republicans approve of the job Biden has done. Only 33% of independents, giving Biden little but the reliable Democrat voters in his bid for re-election, according to the poll. Now, these are all snapshots, right? Gallup's approval rating came from a poll of 1,001 Americans, April 1st through April 22nd. A margin of error plus minus 4 percentage points. But I don't know. Tops the list. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Oh, and by the way, there was a separate breakdown of what I just shared with you, the Gallup poll that said that is not what they call an outlier survey, because all these different surveys vary, right? They said at Pew Research Center, only 19% of respondents said they strongly approve of Biden, as opposed to 45% who strongly disapproved. Overall, 62% disapproved of Biden. 35% approved of what he's doing. Now, that survey didn't publish a margin of error, but I mean, the lack of approval indeed has opened a door for former President Trump. Newsweek, citing data from 538 and Real Clear Politics, concluded that current polling shows Trump leading Biden in 7 swing states that are considered crucial to winning the presidential election: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Steve Summers. I just woke up from my 2-hour old man middle of the night nap there when I heard my name being mentioned. So I figured I better call in. You read them numbers wrong. His approval rating is 0.00% per Knucklebuster, and there ain't no margin of error on that one there, right?
That's good.
Yeah, and when they announce them lottery numbers, I always tell them, hey, the winning lottery numbers are 38, 26, 38. And when she rides by and flashes me, I just smile and say, bingo, baby. So, Tennessee phone is a same thing as mine, AT&T Apple iPhone there. So
not the Android. Okay, so with the iPhone, interesting.
Not the Android, but they don't know what went wrong with her phone. It just quit. It wouldn't receive a call, wouldn't make a call, no text messages, no nothing. Now I know what happened to mine. That 10-foot fall out of this truck, I mean, it was working fine as long as I kept it in that OtterBox case. Well, basically fine. But anyway, when she wanted to see it and I opened it up, and it just went all over the place. I knew, I'm buying me a new iPhone too today, girl. So, but that's basically what happened to mine there. So, but that OtterBox kept it together. But she bought me. Actually, I didn't buy it. Tennessee did. She makes more money than I do. I'm like my nephew. He married him a rich woman there, right?
So prior to
that's the way to do it.
Had you ever dropped your iPhone out of the truck, that 10-foot fall with the OtterBox on it, or no?
Yeah, it had the OtterBox on it. Yeah, that's the only thing that kept it together. When she wanted to see what kind of condition mine was looking like, cause I run over mine with a camper one time, and it didn't have. When I pulled behind camper trailers, and it didn't hurt it. And I'm pretty rough on stuff, especially in this truck. So back when they had the old flip phone. Now, I run over it with a 80,000-pound semi, and it didn't survive nothing, right?
Yeah.
Yep, but she takes pretty good care of me, so I don't know. We just leave it at all that there. So, all right, I'm going to shut my big mouth and let somebody else get in there because I ain't got no. Well, I still got that pack of bologna back there from last week. I got to finish that off this week.
Now,
that bologna ain't no good.
I'm saying, once you open that up, you got about 7 days to eat her, right? Yeah, 7 to 10. All right, what else we got here? Final waning moments on a Monday morning. After years of complaints from truckers, brokers, and insurance companies, regulators are indeed setting up a team specifically to deal with rampant fraud in the trucking industry. I believe we shared the story from OOIDA and Landline last week. This is going to be called the Registration Fraud Team. The FMCSA will work in the registration office to focus solely on assisting those who have been victims of registration fraud at the agency, as well as identifying measures to help prevent it. It is a small team that does not exist right now, but we think it'll go a long way towards helping the industry, according to the director of the FMCSA's Office of Registration. This was all presented at the annual Safety Research Forum last week. He said, we've heard from every corner of the industry about how bad fraud is right now. And the one thing we've heard loud and clear is, how can the FMCSA help? We took that very seriously, so we're looking at every way we can to try and help mitigate. Scammers and hackers have been able to actually break into the FMCSA's registration system that's used to provide motor carrier and broker operating authority as well as certify insurance companies providing cargo and liability insurance. They get in there and register as fake drivers and fake companies, and that's led to motor carrier identity theft and can limit the ability of the FMCSA to effectively monitor safety out there, they said. It's all the cybersecurity stuff. Now, other short-term steps they've already taken or plan to take is suspending online PIN requests that registrants use to access their accounts to update or make changes. We used to send those numbers online per request. Can't do that anymore because there's too much fraudulent activity with that. So now the only way to get a PIN number to access an account is to request it, and we will mail to the address that is on file. We understand it's not convenient, it's not expeditious, but it's at least one measure we took to help reduce that fraud, which kind of makes sense. They've also moved to multi-factor authentication for their IT systems that are accessed by the public. They are tightening measures for preventing principal places of business that are registered that do not meet regulatory requirements. So this will prevent some of these virtual, fraudulent, fake addresses that applicants are submitting for the sole purpose of committing fraud on the industry. Longer-term measures will include hiring outside contractors to provide both identity verification services and business verification services. We're going to have the 800,000 existing registrants go through this identity verification process to weed out the bad actors that may already actually be existing in the system. So trying to do something. Now, both the immediate and longer-term changes will be incorporated into an overhauled registration system to replace the current unified registration system. Last week, they announced that they're going to be asking the White House Office of Management and Budget to review and approve that request to collect new information that will be used to help set up the new system. So there you go. Under the industry headlines, we'll call it a Monday. Who else checks in there? See you later, Steve. Russell, thank you for joining us. Have a great morning. Gary says, Steve, as always, great show. Thank you, Hotshot Secret. God bless all you hardworking Americans. All the overnight crew have a blessed Monday. All right, looks like 5-7 joined in somewhere down the line, a little bit late. He says he is at the house. Wife's got a doctor's appointment today. Copy the mail. All right, we'll maybe hear from him tonight. And with that, hey, you have a wonderful Monday if there's such a... It's the greatest day of the week, right? We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight and do it all over again. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.